Spartans are the teachers, artists, nurses, scientists, and leaders who build our communities.
Welcome to the June 3rd, 2025 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We are in the Katie Dorsett Council Chamber. Let the record reflect that all council members are in attendance. We will begin the meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mr. Matheny, would you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please silence any and all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chambers. The City of Greensboro strongly encourages resident input at our meetings. It is the goal of the Council that the Katy Dorset Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe space for Council and community members. In order to speak at tonight's meeting, individuals must sign up to speak by 6 p.m. If you have signed up to speak online, you must check in with the courier to let them know you are in attendance. Speakers may address specific consent or business agenda items with 3 minutes allocated for their remarks. Zoning matters, there is a 15-minute presentation both for proponents and opponents of the rezoning, and a 5-minute rebuttal. Speakers cannot relinquish their time to others, and the speaker's order is determined by the presiding officer. Depending on the number of speakers, Council may adjust the time allocated for each person. Any handouts must be given to the courier for distribution. Speakers are expected to follow the rules of decorum. Any inappropriate behavior will result in removal from the meeting. Such removal will lead to an immediate 3-month suspension from in-person participation. In cases of physical altercations, suspension period extends to 12 months and criminal charges may apply. Virtual participation via Zoom remains an option to preserve their right to free speech. Zoom participants shall not speak until they are called upon. By statute, Council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest, or if they serve on a board of a nonprofit voting on an item in which they will receive funding. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the presiding officer will announce the vote total. We have a consent agenda for items G1 through G14, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what is believed to be routine and non-controversial. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the next business meeting agenda. This meeting includes closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. The resolution recognizing the Greensboro Daily Photo Blog was previously postponed to today's meeting. It has now been deferred to a date to be determined. Now is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is recognition of student scholarships.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mary Olzer, and I'm here on behalf of the Greensboro Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities. I currently serve as the chairperson and on our Student Scholarship Subcommittee. For folks here and at home who are not familiar, the Greensboro Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that includes membership from approximately 40 different nonprofit organizations, state and local government entities, and advocates. Our mission as an organization is to create a barrier-free community. All of our members are volunteers who are passionate about building a more equitable and inclusive Greensboro. In keeping with our 30-plus year history as a committee, we will be providing student scholarship opportunities. The Stephen L. Kneer Memorial Scholarship for Outstanding Students with Disabilities. This scholarship is named in memory of Stephen L. Kneer, former Executive Director of Lifespan, Inc., a longtime member of our committee and community advocate for persons with disabilities. This opportunity is designed for any high school senior graduating this spring and who are either pursuing secondary education or vocational training in the fall. In order to qualify for the scholarship, Students must also be currently enrolled in a school inside Guilford County. This can be a public school, private school, charter school, or a homeschool program. Last year, we funded 3 students, all representing different schools, for a total of $3,000 to help launch them into their academic and career-oriented endeavors. This year, we have 3 deserving recipients of our scholarship, and I would like to introduce them to you. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce you to one of our scholarship recipients, Sarah Stone. Sarah is an extraordinary young woman who plans to pursue a Bachelor of Fine Arts in dance. Her goal is to gain the best possible training and exposure in her field, ultimately so she can open her own dance studio. She wants to share her profound love and passion for dance with others. Sarah's journey is particularly inspiring. Living with dyslexia and severe ADHD, she has faced significant challenges in academics, requiring immense effort and time. Yet dance has always been her sanctuary, a beautiful reprieve from the daily stresses of her disability. It has been a powerful outlet for her to experience beauty, lose herself in music, and achieve goals that once seemed just out of reach, helping her overcome anxiety and build confidence. As her recommendations clearly show, Sarah is a kind, loving, and incredibly hardworking individual who consistently dedicates herself to serving others. Despite being the oldest at her current studio, she actively mentors younger students, looking out for their needs and fostering a strong sense of community. Sarah is driven to perfect her craft and build her resume, ensuring that she can provide the highest quality training to her future students. She also aspires to judge dance competitions, a natural extension of her growth as a competitive dancer who has bravely faced fears and continually set and achieved ambitious goals. Please join me in congratulating Sarah. All right, I would like to introduce our second scholarship recipient, Landon McMillan. Landon is a truly exemplary young man. The only boy among 4 children, which includes his twin sister Macy, he approaches every endeavor with discipline and a desire to be his best. Landon is incredibly trustworthy, honest, kind, patient, and possesses a wonderful sense of humor. He has a consistently positive outlook on life, tackling every challenge head-on. He's also a hands-on uncle to his older sister's children, enjoying babysitting, reading to, and playing with them. Landon plans to study sports management at East Carolina University this fall, aiming for career opportunities within sports such as athletic training. What makes Landon's journey particularly inspiring is that he was diagnosed with a learning disability in 4th grade. Not once has he let it define him. His nominating teacher, Tara-Lee Simoncini, had the privilege of teaching Landon in Math 1 during his first semester of high school, and again in Math 3 during his junior year. She noted that while he initially flew under the radar, something clicked in his sophomore year. Landon found a new stride, truly focusing on his academics, even while playing football and running track. He started attending Learning Hub after school for extra tutoring and a quiet place to do his homework. Landon understood early on the importance of hard work, dedication, and practice. He's excited to join his older sister at ECU, and with his twin sister also accepted there, he's looking forward to having their support as he embarks on this next chapter. Let's all give a warm round of applause to Landon. Our third recipient is not able to join us tonight, but I would still like to share a little bit about her. Her name is Emma Schell. Emma is embarking on an incredible journey. She plans to complete a bachelor's degree in youth and family ministry at Lenoir-Rhyne, starting in the fall of 2025. Her ambition doesn't stop there. She then aims to pursue a Master of Biblical Ministry to become either a United Methodist Associate Pastor specializing in youth ministry or a chaplain backed by the United Methodist Church. This scholarship is absolutely vital for Emma's educational pursuits. It will help cover the undergraduate costs, easing some of the financial burden on their family, who faces significant medical bills for her care and is also supporting their younger brother's post-secondary education. Emma firmly believes that her education is crucial to her chosen career, and she is convinced she can make a real difference in the world. What makes Emma's commitment even more remarkable is the personal challenge she navigates daily. She lives with an unexplained chronic pain disorder called AMPS, experiencing constant pain at a level 8 or 9. Despite the pain being currently unmanageable by medication, Emma has developed incredible adaptations. Studying at home under an electric blanket, standing at bar tables to alleviate back pain, using KT tape for support, listening to textbooks and lectures in the car, and utilizing elevators to conserve energy at school. The journey of adaptation has been deeply supported by an online Bible study and an invaluable community for disabled women that has provided mental, spiritual, and emotional strength. Please join me in celebrating Emma's extraordinary resilience, unwavering dedication, and inspiring vision for the future. As we conclude, I want to extend one final heartfelt congratulations to every scholarship recipient. Your hard work has truly paid off. And to our generous donors and supporters, we thank you for making these dreams possible. We are excited to witness the bright futures ahead for these deserving students. Thank you.
Can I ask you a few questions? If somebody wants to donate, can you tell us how to?
Hey, I'm Sharon Williams. I'm with Greensboro Parks and Recreation, and I've been with the Mayor's Committee for about 11 years. But if anyone is interested in donating, please go on to the City of Greensboro website, the Greensboro Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities. We've got a QR code on there, and we are coming up on the 40th year of Shoppers Day, which is huge for us. So we would greatly appreciate any donations going towards the student scholarships, as well as a lot of our large events that we put on for persons with disabilities in Greensboro. Does that help, Zach?
It does. And as a father of a son that's 15 that has a little disability, thank y'all for what you do.
Thank you.
To honor our special
We enjoy
children.
celebrating every ability, and that's something that Greensboro, I'm very proud to be a part of, that we can do. And you also helped us start Unite, which is still going on.
Exactly. Unite is understanding the needs of inclusiveness takes everyone. And it's been I'm glad it's carrying on. There's a lot of great things in this community, and we have great places for our kids to learn. You know, my son's at Noble Academy, and what a blessing it's been this year. So I'll be making a donation.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Tell them to keep coming out and playing.
Item E2 is recognition of Guilford Metro 911 State Conference Award winners.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I wanted to introduce you to two team members from Guilford Metro 911 that were recently recognized at our state public safety conference. Elaine Feeney was awarded the North Carolina chapter of APCO Telecommunicator of the Year Award, and Elaine's been with us 15 years now. Very well deserved this recognition, and I would like for her to say a couple of words, if she doesn't mind, about the award.
I was awarded Telecommunicator of the Year for the state after winning it in our center last year. It was an honor to be presented to the state by, I was nominated by people that work and support me in our center and in our city, and so to see that for the state as well was a great honor to me.
Thank you. And Greg Cobb is the assistant supervisor, one of them for C-Team. C-Team was awarded the North Carolina NENA Team of the Year Award, and I'd like for Greg to make a couple of comments, please.
How you doing? My name is Gregory Cobb, one of the supervisors on C Squad. We were awarded the award for Telecommunicator Team of the Year. Elaine was also part of that squad also. We were also the squad that was working during the untimely deaths of Officer Haran and also Officer Nix. We have a squad that probably has people that are working with years, probably for 15, almost 29, 28 years. So we're the most senior squad there. And I also wanted to recognize Bill Daniel, who also won the APCO Trainer of the Year, and also our senior telecommunicator, Charlene Hogue, who won Telecommunicator of the Year this year at Guilford Metro, who's on C Squad. She was actually working the radio today that Officer Haran passed.
As you all know, we have some talented team members at Guilford Metro 911, and when they are acknowledged on a statewide level, we like to let everybody know it because we are so rarely seen or heard from other than by radio. So thank you for offering this recognition tonight. We are honored to be here.
And we want to thank you, and I know that the residents of Guilford County want to thank you for the great job that GM 911 does every single day. You're talking to everybody who is having the worst moment of their life. And the fact that you can keep it together and give them the information they need and to get that information to other first responders, we're very grateful for the work you do day in and day out. Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you.
Yes, and Melanie, you've been president of NENA for how long?
It'll be a year and 2 weeks.
Year and 2 weeks.
Yeah,
so
I'll be
congratulations.
done with the president's role, yes.
And you've also presented around the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
All of you.
Thank you.
And next up, item E3, recognition of the 2024 Employee Innovation Award winners.
Council, I want to take a quick moment to say thank you to David Cashwell, who you will hear in just a moment. He puts a lot of work into making sure we have this very important recognition, which means a lot to our internal staff. And I think you will enjoy the presentations from them. David?
Want the video first? No, that'll be at the end. Okay, very good. About 2 minutes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. The Innovation Award recognizes problem solving among city staff. It celebrates employees who bring fresh, effective ideas to our community. And this year we received 9 applications. And a scoring committee led by our budget office interviewed our applicants to determine the winners. Tonight's award includes 2 categories, one for impact and one for innovation. The Impact Award goes to Bo Bradley, branch manager of the Vance Chavis Library, for his summer block party. The block party is a people-centered initiative that reimagines how libraries connect with their community. Bo embraced the opportunity to drive impact by offering a high-energy daytime event tailored to neighborhood needs. The end result was a summer celebration featuring a live DJ, family-free activities, and a host of community partners designed to be visible, accessible, and fun. With over 500 attendees, which is the largest crowd in branch memory, the event positions the library as a central neighborhood hub. Our next award for the innovation category goes to Troy Powell, our former neighborhood impact coordinator with Housing and Neighborhood Development, for his Doorway Project's trailer expansion. This project is a cost-effective innovation that increased Greensboro's winter shelter capacity. Faced with rising demand, Troy proposed adding RV trailers to the existing Doorway site, adding 27 new beds. Instead of constructing a new facility at a projected cost of $1.7 million, Troy proposed investing $71,000 to include the trailers and permanent utility hookups for future expansion. This project highlights how creativity can turn budget constraints into meaningful support. And we'd like to conclude by sharing just a short video highlighting the success of these two projects.
It's there, I promise. Sorry, folks. I'm not able to bring this up. I can't get this video started. Here we go. All right.
Congratulations to the 2025 Employee Innovation Award winners. This year's Impact Award winner is Bo Bradley of the Vance Chavis Summer Block Party.
One of my responsibilities in my position is the adult programming piece of this branch. We really wanted to define our community pretty succinctly. So we want to do this big block party. How do we fill this out? Well, let's bring back in all of those community partners and let's let that be sort of the meat of the offering. We have a number of partners. We work very closely with Cone Health, SPCA of the Triad. We did a lot of internal city partners. Our goal was to turn this into a consistent community event that would be looked forward to every year. Instead of choosing a date, I kind of very specifically said it's the last Saturday in July. We kind of want to own that and be the presence of that in the community. One of the great things then now we're planning the third block party, that's where we're at currently, is every year can be kind of a response to the year before. And not only just that block party year, but kind of our whole year in the library. I have a lot of, kind of pie in the sky dreams. I'd love to have some live music elements in the future, more of like a festival atmosphere. And then we're in just such a perfect position as we move into the WCNCC facility. We are going to have a bigger and better library and community center all in one role than we've ever had in this part of town. We just hope to keep growing it until it's just so synonymous with us that, it's our big deal.
This year's Innovation Award winner is Troy Powell with the Doorway Project RV expansion.
When the project started in 2022, you always want to take a project and meet the needs of the community. They've been talking about trying to make it larger, trying to expand it at Pomona. However, to keep it safely, we really could not add any more buildings to the property. In local government, you're always talking with other cities, other counties, and in that collaboration, I came across the RV trailers and realized the RV trailer, as long as it has a license plate, does not have to comply with the building code or the stringent codes that we were having to follow for the Doorway project. I went ahead and ran the water, sewer, and electricity from the street, created 5 setup stations like you would a campground, and made a max capacity of 125, all less than $70,000. What we have seen is that the presence of the Doorway project, the 3 years following the first year statistics, crime in that area has been reduced 76%. We have seen an open arms of the churches, neighbors, even the local fire departments wanting to come on Saturday and provide meals. That's also another part of passion, that you can create an environment for people just to give love to people that need it.
Congratulations.
Mr. Matheny?
Congratulations to you both, Bo. That's awesome, and I know that area well because we worked with Dr. Wells on the Renaissance Plaza around the And just what you did in bringing 500 people together in Plus is great. And Troy, I have a confession, and I've said this numerous times. I was not supportive of the pallet homes. You've done an excellent job. This is an excellent idea, and it came to find out that the downtown ambassador team was one of the leading referrals for the pallet homes. And so keep on keeping on, and if it's $71,000, hopefully we can add more to those beds so we can have more beds for people to have during the summer and winter. So great job, man.
Yes, thank you to both of you. It's great to see the ingenuity and the way that you really are servant leaders and making sure that people in our community are being taken care of. Thank you.
So I just have a quick question. Congratulations, Bo, but I want to make sure that library program continues
Yes,
as we go into our budget discussions
yes.
about those hours.
Trey, you hear that? Okay. Item E4 is recognition of the 2025 Water Resources Water Conservation Poster Contest winner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and everyone that's in attendance. It's my privilege as Mike Borsers, the Director of Water Resources, to introduce this ceremonial item. First, I'd like to do is introduce the two staff members that have been very instrumental in helping pull this together, and that is our Assistant Manager for the Business Division, Ms. Lemitra Johnson, and then also our Public Education Coordinator, Ms. Samantha Brown. So my thanks to staff for all of the efforts, as well as all of the students. And if I could, at this point in time, could I ask the students to come up with your posters up to the front, please, so we can all see your great work as I continue to read the item. So, in celebration of safe, affordable drinking water and the importance of year-round water conservation, the City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department sponsored a poster contest for students in grades K through 8. And the theme of this year's contest was Making Waves by Saving Water. And the contest aimed to inspire youth to learn about the vital role of water for all of us and the importance of conserving water. And now it's important to note that since 2000, there have been over 790 poster entries for the city's contest. So very good participation. Now, Water Resources staff voted on the winners of the contest. Now, to ensure the integrity of the selection process, if there was a staff member that had a child that participated, they were not allowed to vote, of course. So there are first, second, and third place winners for 3 divisions. Division A is grades kindergarten through 2nd. Division B is grades 3rd through 5th, and Division C is grades 6th through 8th. Now, all winners from Greensboro's contest went on to represent this city, City of Greensboro, in a statewide contest sponsored by NC1 Water. And I want to thank all of the students for your participation and for helping us get the word out of how important it is for us to take care of our vital resource of water. So I will turn it over now to Samantha Brown.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so if you will please listen for your name to be called and raise your hand when it's called, and Lemitra will give you your medals, okay? In 3rd place, in kindergarten through 2nd, we recognize Autumn Ray Doriston, a 2nd grader from Moorhead Elementary School. Her teacher is Elizabeth White. In 2nd place, we recognize Sabine Herman, a 1st grader from Sternberger Elementary School. Her teacher is Erin Wenger. In 1st place, we recognize Maya Muhammad, a 2nd grade homeschool student. Her teacher is Vonia Muhammad. She also won 2nd place. She also won 2nd place in the kindergarten through 2nd grade division in the NC1 Water State competition. Okay, and then these are the winners for Division B, 3rd through 5th grade. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it, but in 3rd place, we recognize Claire Webb, a 4th grader from New Garden Friends School. Her teacher is Erin Alred. And in second place, we recognize Abigail Jones, a fourth grader from Guilford eLearning University Prep, GE Up. Her teacher is Misty Knight. In first place, we recognize Devonish Taylor, a fifth grader from the Academy at Lincoln. His teacher is Bernice Aday. And I will now announce the winners for the Division C 6th through 8th grade. In third place, she was also unable to make it. We recognize Isabel Reagan. She's a 7th grader from Western Guilford Middle School, and her teacher is Dorinda Carver. And in second place, we recognize Matthew Chu, an 8th grader from Brown Summit Middle School. His teacher is Rebecca Cox. He also won third place in the 6th through 8th grade division in the NC1 Water State competition as well. And in first place, we recognize Lucy Walker, a 7th grader from Kaiser Middle School. Her teacher is Shannon Ashley. So congratulations to all of the 2025 Water Conservation Poster Contest winners. Thank you so much for your hard work and creativity, and thank you to everyone who participated in the contest. It was a joy to see all the different approaches to water conservation. So all posters are also available online to view, all winners at greensboro-nc.gov/poster contest. And Troy will get a photo with the Madam Mayor and members of council here if you guys would.
You too.
Congratulations.
Item E5 is a resolution to recognize the month of June as Men's Mental Health Month. Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the resolution to recognize the month of June as Men's Health Month. Whereas Men's Health Month is part of an ongoing international effort to educate men, boys, and their families about receiving regular disease prevention screenings and living healthier lifestyles. Whereas nationwide, life expectancy for men averages 5 years fewer than that of women, with men experiencing higher rates of health problems such as diabetes, obesity, cancer, heart disease, and premature mortality. Whereas Men's Health Network is recognized for their esteem in the creation of, maintenance, and champion over national efforts of officially distinguished Men's Health Month and Men's Health Week, as established in 1994. Whereas Men's Health Month is a time for the public to recognize the mental and physical health needs of men and boys while encouraging fathers to be role models for their children through preventative health screenings, healthy living, and seeking needed help. Whereas the growing epidemic of suicide and substance abuse requires special effort to raise awareness of unrecognized and undiagnosed depression and mental illness in men and boys. Whereas the centerpiece of Men's Health Month is National Men's Health Week, a special awareness period passed by Congress and signed into law by President Bill Clinton on May 31st, 1994, and officially facilitated yearly by the efforts of Men's Health Network. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council recognizes the month of June as Men's Health Month in our City of Greensboro, adopted this third day of June 2025. And Madam Mayor, if I could say it's
We need a
I'm sorry.
second on that.
We got a second?
Seconded by Mr.
We got a second by the other.
Council, please vote. That passes 9-0. Mr. Holston?
Yeah, this is Men's Health Month and Men's Mental Health Month, and it is really critical that we men, boys, men, that we take care of ourselves both physically and mentally, and that we, in a sense, kind of keep our head on the swivel so that it's not just about ourselves, but those others. Those who are close to us.
Mr. Holston, I want to say I really appreciate your heartfelt words and thoughts.
Thank you. It's just important that we love the folks who are around us, talk to them, hug them, make sure that they know that you love them and you care about them. Just love them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, thank you. Thank you. Now is the time for speakers from the floor on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity to hear from anyone wishing to speak. Generally, this is time of listening for counsel. I'm going to start with April Parker, Jeff Brubaker, and George Hartzman.
Hey y'all, good evening. I'm April Parker, the founding organizer of Architect of Black Space and our city's informal Miss Juneteenth. I'm thrilled to be here with you tonight as we recognize and celebrate our city's 5th annual Juneteenth celebrations. On June 19, 1865, in Galveston, Texas, 2,000 Union troops, many of them black, arrived to enforce a message that had been issued nearly 2.5 years earlier, the Emancipation Proclamation. That proclamation that declared that all enslaved people and the Confederate slaves were set to be free, but in Texas, that message had not yet been reached, or was deliberately kept from them, the 250,000 black people still in bondage. So when those Union soldiers arrived, they brought more than military power. They brought the truth. Juneteenth gives us all a chance to tell a more authentic American story, one that honors both the pain and the progress, one that refuses to forget and insist on the truth. And tonight, like the Union soldiers, I bring truth. Racism is costly. Racial inequities cost us billions in our states. Both the annual city work session and the equitable growth report of the Piedmont affirm that whereas people of color are driving growth in our city, racial and income inequality is high and persistent. Over several decades, long-standing inequities in income, wealth, health, and opportunity have reached unprecedented levels. People of color wages are half of those of our white counterparts. Equity is not the life expectancy gap of 15 years. This data means death and demands our relentless attention. This Juneteenth, our city needs to recommit to fulfilling our city's mission of inclusion and equity, and let's just get free Greensboro. Juneteenth is my lineage and legacy work. I'm proud to have contributed to the history of Greensboro by continuing the work of our ancestor, the late Patricia Fortune, the curator of the city's original Juneteenth celebration in 1995. Today, we honor her, and her vision and dedication is the reason why we're here today, 5 years later, in the renewed tradition. In 2020, at the height of our national uprisings, Councilwoman Sharon Hightower and I proudly led the charge to establish Juneteenth as an official holiday here in the city of Greensboro. As a city where, again, people of color make up the majority, Recognizing this Black holiday is essential in honoring both our identity and our lived experiences. Historically, our ancestors were denied access to public parks. In responses to generations of exclusion, we sought to reclaim that space. There aren't many Black-owned buildings in downtown Greensboro, so an investment in non-brick-and-mortar businesses was necessary. This cultural organizing led to the creation of our city's Juneteenth tradition, the Black Food Truck Festival. The architect of Black Space welcomes you on June 14th to our 5th annual citywide festival. What started as a local gathering and celebration of liberation and community has grown into an economic engine supporting and showcasing over 100 Black businesses annually. Can I just
So,
say?
April, yeah. Question, how many food trucks are you expecting this year? And
We have 50 ways you can eat your way through the day.
Okay.
And a full lineup from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. in both downtown parks.
In both parks. And
Right.
So how many people have you seen in times past to these events?
Y'all, we have over 10,000. What started as supposed to be a picnic, we have 10,000, over 10,000 annually. I do want to say the name of Blair Barnes, Raquelia Kilby, who are our coordinators. I do want to say we have some heroes in our city employees, and Josh and Gina in Parks and Rec, A&T, Visit Greensboro, Parks and Recs have been sponsors and partners. So I appreciate our community, our ancestors, our supporters, and y'all come out and happy Juneteenth, Greensboro.
And so those hours, what are those hours again?
You all can go and find this all out on Architect of Black Space. There's signs posted around the park, and it's June 14th from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And I think we have it on our Facebook and city pages as well.
Yeah, you'll find it. Everybody knows it's not just a festival; it's our tradition.
Right. Absolutely.
Thank you all.
Thank you for all your work. Thank you. April is a joy to work with. She's determined, focused, and sometimes she's a little hard-headed, but it's okay. She has a good purpose in mind.
Have you looked in the mirror?
That's why she and that's why we jail and don't jail.
And Mrs. Hightower knows that was meant with love.
No, I know. But no, thank you. So I hope everybody does come out. Thank you.
Mayor Vaughn, council members and friends and neighbors, my name is Jeff Brubaker. I live on Edith Lane in Greensboro. I frequent a coffee shop across from Costco almost every day, and every day I witness the same thing. A panhandler with a young boy, could be no older than 3 years old, in an obviously stolen shopping cart from Costco. Today it was about 85 degrees out there. The young boy is in the shopping cart. I would say he grows every day. He struggles. He wrestles with his dad. He tries to get out of the cart. It's only a matter of time before he falls out of that cart. The man camps on a small island, and now I don't remember what I was doing the summer I was 3 years old, but it wasn't panhandling and working as a panhandler's assistant. This is heartbreaking to me to watch this boy. Trucks whiz by. The boy himself might be maybe 12 to 18 inches from oncoming traffic, and I have called the police several times. This is abject, reckless endangerment and child abuse, and I've called the police a number of times and received nothing but staggering indifference. I have let them know. I mean, I witnessed this many times. Trucks whizzing by. At the same time, the boy could easily fall out of the cart, and he will someday. But nobody seems to care, at least in the police department. I've called them a number of times and reported that there is an accident about to happen here. Every time I'm told, well, there's nothing against law. Panhandling is legal. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, maybe the police don't care about this, but maybe the city ought to consider that the minute that this young boy is inevitably run over and crushed by a truck, I'm sure his estate will find an attorney that'll be happy to sue the city of Greensboro. Maybe if the police department does not care about this boy, maybe we could create an ordinance.
Mr. Brubaker, your time is
Okay.
up. I did have a discussion with Andrea Harrell after you and I spoke. She did speak with GPD subsequent to our conversation, and I know that they are looking for resources for the father and his son. Andrea, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
No, we have a community resource officer for that area. We believed you were referring to the Costco location. We didn't have an exact address, but a CRO will be addressing that location. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
A community resource officer will be addressing that location and those individuals, and will be reaching out with resources and that sort of thing.
I've been told that about a dozen times.
But you haven't been
I'll
told
believe
it by
when
her.
I'll believe it.
So thank you.
Maybe an ordinance could be
Thank
developed.
you.
Thank you so much.
He wants. It also depends which median, if it's the city street or if it's the private one. After Mr. Hartzman, Scott Jones, but not the tiny house Scott Jones. There are actually two who've signed up to speak. Scott Jones, Michaela Reynolds, and Corey Anderson. If you would come to the window side of the room. Mr. Hartzman?
My name is George Hartzman. On May 21st, I was forwarded explosive public records, including a fiscal year 23-24 Downtown Greensboro Incorporated, otherwise known as DGI, financial ledger revealing disturbing pattern of misuse and misconduct. The most alarming entries: more than 30 Greyhound bus ticket purchases, over $3,200, charged to the DGI CEO Zach Matheny's credit card. These were made under DGI's taxpayer-funded Downtown Ambassador program, run out of the Greensboro Depot bus station. The city has funneled $390,000 into this program since 2023. Mayor Vaughn confirmed the program is relocating houseless individuals, likely a majority of black men and women, by busing them out of Greensboro.
I did not say
There's
that.
no mention of this in 3 years of DGI board minutes, no transparency, no public input, just quiet removal of people paid for by taxpayers. That's us. But it doesn't stop there. Zach Matheny sits on council and runs DGI, a clear conflict. He's voted to approve millions in taxpayer money for projects that benefit DGI's donors, clients, and allies, including some of his political contributors. The ledger also shows over $20,000 in spending on courtside swarm tickets, Tanger Center concerts, Grasshopper sponsorships, and Wyndham Championship access. Perks not for the public, but for insiders. Did anyone being bussed out of Greensboro get a basketball ticket or a seat to a concert? Probably not. If anyone here received free event tickets or meals from Zach or DGI, do not raise your hand. This is about more than money. It's about ethics. It's about justice. It's about whether we allow taxpayer dollars to be weaponized against the vulnerable while enriching the powerful. If we don't speak up now, this rot will continue to spread. Tonight, I'll present the evidence, how public money flowed through DGI into Zach Mathaney's network, how city contracts are being rigged for a connected few. We need your help. If the people I'm naming knew what I had before I went public, I might not be standing here. So listen closely, share what you learn, and let's demand real accountability. Our city deserves better.
Mr. Jones?
Good evening. My name is Scott Jones, and my wife and I started the North Carolina Rowing Center in 2017, and we offer youth and adult rowing at Lake Higgins and function through a contract with Parks and Rec. So tonight I was just going to share with you guys a little bit about the programs we offer and ask that you would consider the proposed reduction of the lake operational hours in the future budget. And so when we first started, we wanted the North Carolina Rowing Center to be a place where people could show up and learn to believe in themselves. Rowing is a sport that is difficult, but anybody can really learn to do. Everybody in this room has had something difficult that they've gone through and had a day where you really needed to be able to wake up and put your feet on the ground and move. And it's awesome to have supportive parents and coaches and teachers. But one of the things we really try to emphasize is the development of people's self-efficacy, and we think that that's something that people grow in as they learn how to do this sport. I'm going to share a little bit about our youth program and our adult program. From the first practice we had with our youth program, we talked about success a lot in the realm of gauging it by effort and not winning and losing. And John Wooden was a coach who made a big impact on me. But we've always emphasized that the results kind of take care of themselves. And with that, it's our hope that people can be okay showing up, giving their best effort, and being able to go to bed at night with that being okay. Can the ladies in the back, can y'all just stand up real quick? So these are 8 girls who, if we weren't here right now, we would be on the lake practicing. They qualified to compete at the national championships. It's down in Florida. We'll be traveling down there a week from today to Sarasota. And so just wanted to recognize, accomplishments that have existed in our program. Thanks, y'all. And so that opportunity for them to race next week, it's come completely as a result of their efforts, but also a partnership and just tangible access to the lake. And so we really try to run our youth programming during the week. As a lot of y'all know, youth sports can just take over life. So we try to balance practice time with giving space for kids to be able to be kids. And so the adult program has a little bit more of a recreational focus. A lot of people come out for different reasons, checks a lot of different boxes. But in reality, it's a place where people who row with our adult program, they can really relax and recover from things going on in their life and enjoy the friendships and community that they build through the sport. So just wanted to let you guys know a little bit about our program, and I think we'll have some others talk. Thanks.
Thank you. Michaela?
Hello, everyone. My name is Michaela Reynolds, and I'm a rising senior at Northwest Guilford High School. When I joined North Carolina Rowing Center, I was introduced to a refreshing outlook on youth sports. From day one, our coaches have preached development as a person away from the sport, valuing family time, rest days, and school before the sport of rowing itself. One reason we can make this happen is by only having practice during the week. After school, all of us get to go to practice and work hard to improve ourselves as athletes and people each day. It has been this way since our team started. Many weekends out of the year, we travel for regattas, making the number of weekday practices even more important. On the weekends we are home, the lake is crowded with other motorized boats, creating more boat traffic that interferes with us during practice. I have been rowing since 6th grade and have been able to compete at the national level twice. This year, our team qualified 2 boats for youth nationals. As a group, we decided to miss one of our last days of practice before nationals to support this issue. It means a lot to us to be heard on this issue and taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Anderson, we'll have Devin Rasco, Cece Crawford, and Sammy Schwartz. If you would go to the window side of the room. Mr. Anderson?
Okay. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for hearing us. Again, here to speak on behalf of just the rowing team and how it's been so impactful to our lives and how a reduction in the budget could really affect the quality that has brought to my family. So we are a family of 7. We have 5 girls. 4 of the girls actively row on the team. 3 of them are going to nationals. And it's a big part of our life. It's added just significant value. Scott's description of self-efficacy really defines it. It's how do we equip people to be great humans and adults? And this is like, it's something that we sacrifice as a family for, to let them engage. And I can't think of a better way for a community to manage its natural resources in a way that engages the community and creates these muscles for kids, and especially in a time where those don't exist. So that's really why I'm here. The also on the announcement of Men's Mental Health Month, it's a great way to have a community, to build a community, to have those relationships, and it's just a very unique way that you can kind of endure and suffer together and then accomplish something. And so it's a great natural resource that we have here, and it not only benefits us in the community, but it also gets us a little bit of airtime, like with the girls going to nationals. That's a great representation of our city. It's a thing that we've now, I think this is our 3rd nationals that we've competed at. So it's just been a big accomplishment. We've also had rowers go to D1 programs across the country. So this is not just a little tiny sphere of impact. So that's the couple things I wanted to bring up. Thank you all so much.
Good evening, Greensboro. My name is Devin Rasco, and I serve as the Eviction Court Watch Coordinator for the Keepgate City House Coalition. I'm also a recent graduate of North Carolina A&T with a Bachelor of Science in Economics with a concentration in Law. And today, I would like to, 1, celebrate Greensboro for supporting the team project and continuing that to show that support. We are here in the stands showing that support with our pom-poms, with our words, and just to show that. Thank you all so much for showing so much love to us as we have continued these observations within the courthouse. You all have been very welcoming. And I just want to say, since the inception of the team project, it has really been a cornerstone in our community. They have provided essential legal representation, mediation services, and rental assistance to tenants facing eviction. With the city's continued support, TEAM has expanded its presence at the Guilford County Courthouse from 2 to 4 days a week, allowing hundreds of more households to receive the help that they need when facing eviction. I just want to share a quick situation that I encountered while observing the eviction court watch cases. 4 days a week, 2 sessions a day. I have seen hundreds of evictions, and I have heard hundreds of stories, felt and received hundreds of tears and sentiments about the situation going on here in Guilford County. One situation was when I was walking out of a court watch, and there was a tenant who did not speak English very fluently, and I had to explain to him the resources with my Google Translate. That is all I had because they did not have an interpreter within the court case. You could tell visibly that he did not understand exactly what was going on within the court case, whether it was illegal verbiage, whether it was the resources that were spoken about. He could not understand that because of that language barrier. And so I stand here today to, one, thank you all for supporting that team project, but also highlight how important it is, because it's not just about having those resources, but also being able to allocate those resources to everyone here in Guilford County. So thank you all for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to share how I am a student and that there are also a lot of students who are being evicted in Guilford County. It is not just the families. While they are equally as important, it is good that we see all the universities here as well as the tenants in Guilford County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Cecily Crawford, and I reside at 502 High Street, and I am proud to be the program director for American Friends Service Committee of North Carolina, which launched the Keep Gate City Housed Coalition, of which you see just a few folks over there that have been waving their pom-poms. And we actually came to say thank you. Thank you for standing with tenants last year. Thank you for believing that housing is worth fighting for. And thank you for showing the rest of the state what bold leadership looks like. Now we're back, not to beg, but to build on the progress you made by funding the TEAM program and rental assistance. Because here's the truth. When landlords neglect their properties, families pay the price. We've seen kids sleeping in cold apartments, elders without working plumbing, and mothers choosing between moldy walls or risking homelessness. And too often, when tenants speak up, they're met with an eviction, not repair. But Greensboro said we can do better, and you did. With $440,000, you helped Legal Aid add 4 housing attorneys, 4 new champions in the courtrooms where 90% of tenants still face eviction alone. With $1.47 million in rental assistance, you kept families together, kids in school, and folks off the street. This past year, over $500,000 in ARPA-funded rental assistance helped more than 100 households and 300 individuals. Let's be real, team works. It's smart, it's cost-effective, and it's compassionate, but it works best when paired with rental assistance. Because evictions don't just happen from bad choices, they happen from bad luck. Illness, a lost job, a surprise car repair. It only takes one unexpected event to land you in eviction court. And so, once they fall, it's more expensive to catch them, right? That's why rental assistance is upstream. It helps us stop the fall before it starts. And it keeps people in their homes and keeps our shelters, ERs, and courtrooms from being overwhelmed. So tonight we're here to cheer you on. Team Tenant is here to stay, and we believe Greensboro will continue leading the way. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your continued commitment to eviction prevention. And we look forward to continuing to work with you to protect families from non-compliant landlords and preserving our current stock of rentals in safe, humane, and compassionate ways. Thanks.
Cece, I have a question. Cece, I have a question before, and it's a little off topic, but American Field Service, AFS, are you in jeopardy of losing any funding? I know AmeriCorps has.
No, we are not.
Your funding is good.
No, we're, as the cheering over there. No,
okay.
We are funded by Quakers and private funding.
That's good to know. Thank you. After Sammy, we have, hold on a second, Anita Washington and Terrell Dungy, and I believe those are all of your group. If you would come to the window side of the room.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sammy Schwartz. I've lived in Greensboro for over 30 years, and I bought my first rental property in 2003. I currently own 4 rental homes in Glenwood and the Garden Home areas in Greensboro. I'm here today as a Keepgate City House volunteer and a representative for the UNCG Legal Aid Partnership known as TEAM. When faced with eviction, so many people don't know what to do. Perhaps a medical bill came due, or working hours were reduced, or the car needed a repair. Any one of these could set back a family, resulting in a late rent payment. TEAM has been spreading the word about the available legal aid, representation in eviction court, and rental assistance that CC and Devin have mentioned. Legal aid has successfully negotiated time for many tenants to catch up on their rent payments, allowing families to remain in their homes while the landlords are paid their due. For those tenants who don't know how to or cannot show up in court, the result is always eviction. For every dollar spent on eviction prevention, local governments can save $3 to $6. The math just makes sense. I've gotten to know my tenants during my time as a property owner, and I understand that every single person deserves a safe, affordable, and well-maintained home. During my 22 years as a landlord, I've seen people go through job losses, illness, and divorce, and I've done my best to work with people to keep the roofs over their heads. As a member of this group, I urge you to continue the TEAM funding, the efforts, and the advocacy activities. It's so much better to house a family than to have them evicted, potentially cause them to be homeless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita Washington. I met you last year. I came in and I was going through an eviction. The TEAM program helped me through my eviction. And as we know, the TEAM program has helped thousands of residents here in Guilford County keep their housing. My eviction led me into becoming a volunteer. It led me into becoming a tenant organizer and a court watch person. I also facilitated some training with new court watchers. I am under the leadership of CC Crawford and Terrell Dundee with a host of great volunteers that are made up of tenants, landlords, and college students. So I come to you today to ask you, I urge you to continue to support us with the TEAM program and the rental assistance. Lastly, I would also like to thank each and every one of you for the support and the conversations, the meetings. I really believe it's important to be able to come up and talk to leaders, and I have found that each and every one of you have been easy to talk to. I also have done some research, and I know that your job is not easy, and I want today to thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for letting me speak.
After Terrell, we have Jason Hicks via Zoom, Scott Jones from Tiny Houses, and Malik Hugh.
Amazing. We got spirit. How about you? I'm glad to see that you do. I came up with that. There you go. There you go. Got good team spirit. I'm bringing the real pep rally energy because this is a celebratory moment. It's so great. Last year, we came with that ask. Put your money on team. Be on team tenant. And it's so great that we did not have to come back here with the same energy and that y'all were easily able to be on team tenant this year. So it's so beautiful. And I just want to spend a little bit of time of sharing what it's been like to work with the city this last year with this effort. We've heard a little bit from our Court Watch program, Devin, who's come on helping getting our community members engaged with, yes, let's give it up, getting engaged with the Court Watch system, but also understanding the eviction process and helping to inform folks. That's also given us opportunities, again, to bring issues we are learning from tenants that are in eviction court to the city. That's how we were able to bring the code compliance issues of New Garden to y'all. That's how we were able to bring that very particular case with one of your constituents, Ms. Sharon, and we were able to intervene in some of that work that you were already doing. We're still seeing that with this most recent development at Cottage Garden, where I think we're at freaking 32, 35 code compliance cases that are open out there. And a lot of those tenants are being constantly harassed by the property manager and landlord with false evictions or false pleas to kick them out. And because that team program is there, because legal aid is there to help them, they've been able to fight back. And now they're able to work harder to fight and bring themselves together to get this landlord accountable. So I just want to lift up, this program isn't about just giving a bunch of money to tenants so that they have those attorneys and they can get their bills caught up. It literally helps us track the problems with affordable housing. It gives us the opportunity to hear from tenants when they're like, hey, my landlord's not fixing anything. I have shit everywhere. There are so many apartments at this complex with shit everywhere. Toilets that are just for display. And those are things that we need as a city to know about so that we can take action on. So I'm really excited to hear y'all putting this funding in so that we can put a little bit more effort into what's next to keep our homes safe and affordable now that we're keeping people in them. How can the city, and maybe the city attorneys, work on getting these places to hold to their business contract, because that's what a lease is, and make sure they are giving quality homes. And if they're not, the city will come in, fix those things up, put those liens on them, or whatever the legal process is. Because if our president can break the laws, we can break the laws to help people. So let's go, Team Teddy!
So, Madam Mayor, Terrell mentioned Cottage Gardens, and Cottage Gardens is our new garden apartments, where we had that previous issue, and so now Cottage Garden. I think, Terrell, it's only about 24 cases that are open, housing cases that are open. Some are being found. Andrea can speak to that. Today was a meeting at Greensboro Housing Coalition with our code inspector as well as some community advocates, social worker from UNCG. And so you're absolutely correct. Those places, they don't need to be around, and we need to find a way. And we're working with legal, trying to dig into a way to make those places better, make them more accountable. And so, Andrew, I don't know if you have a chance to just say, we know about the problems. Our code inspector, Matthew Peel, and we need more code inspectors, has been there almost every day for those apartments. And you're right, there's sewage, spillover, it's awful, it's mold, it's mildew, it's, and a lot of refugee tenants, and they should not be being treated that way. But, well, and the garbage, and I've sent Griffin and them over, had to go over and collect garbage because the dumpsters were gone, and so trash was just piling up, literally. And we're still on top of that as well. So, Andrea, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I want to make you aware that, yes, we are aware, I am aware, we are working on those things and to change some of those nuisance laws, because to me, this should be addressed in a way that really gets people's attention, to find them to the tune where they've got to really pull money out of their pocket because they're not being fined appropriately. And that should happen. So.
And if they're being fined, those fines should not be reduced.
No.
They should stick and be forced to pay them.
Right.
The only thing I'll add, you're absolutely right. Code is on site almost every day working with the property manager. The property manager has retained plumbers. They have contracted for the dumpsters to be returned, so they are working. Some of the units are not repairable, and so they're having to relocate individuals. So they are working diligently. Code is monitoring it, and I will get you the latest update tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Holston, we may have to take a look at the ordinance, because right now, by ordinance, the money that the landlord pays for repairs can be offset by the fines that are levied against them. We can go in and change that ordinance, and
well, the challenge we have with Cottage Gardens is that they haven't been making repairs. As a matter of fact, they've been reducing services, they've been charging costs,
right,
and they're not producing there. Sharon had to, was there to recognize that they had removed their dumpsters, and so we got the dumpsters back over there. They're being charged for them, but they're charging the tenants for the services.
Right.
When they're already charging for the rent and other features. Now, I understand that's business, but we've got to find a way. From my perspective, it's becoming a public health concern.
Sure.
With the toilets that are literally just hanging on by a thread, not really usable, and we're airing dirty laundry, but they're impacting the lives of those 190 households over there, and we've got to make a difference.
Didn't we give funding to that apartment?
Well, we did, but what has happened is the person we gave funding to, she sold the units. She sold those apartments. She paid it back. She did not. She paid it back. Oh, I already looked, because I was going after that. If she owed money to the city, because we should make sure anybody that owes us money has to be held accountable for those dollars, and to treat those individuals like human beings and not take our money and then put it in their pocket. So, but no, when she sold them, she paid us off. So we don't have that. But again, to Hugh's point, the health and safety part of that is human beings are living there. They're living in sewage that is backing up in their units. There are children over there. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
And so that is the greater issue, that we need to make sure that our ordinance and our nuisance laws address that, and that we act quicker than sometime the 30 days. If we know they're a repeat offender, we need to go after them quicker than we're doing.
And when that ownership first changed over, my team went over, sat down with them, and things were moving in the right direction. They were waiving past due payments. They were going to eviction court, and they were dropping cases. They were doing all the right things. But here recently, since the latter part of last year, things have turned around, and not for the better. And it's going to be important that we keep our eye on that one, because folks are being impacted.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Mr. Hicks on Zoom? Is Mr. Hicks on Zoom? Okay, why don't we come back to him? We'll let Mr. Jones speak while we...
Okay. There it is. Would you call on me, Madam Mayor? I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones, could you wait for a moment? Mr. Hicks?
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Go ahead.
I think you said go ahead. So, good evening, Mayor Vaughn, council members. I also want to highlight what Mr. Hartzman talked about. Let's start with those Greyhound tickets. Thousands of tax dollars charged to Zach Matheny's American Express account, categorized under the Downtown Ambassador Program, coded DMSD, and submitted to this very city as part of DGI's publicly funded work. These aren't rumors. These aren't accusations. These are receipts from a public records request documenting a coordinated effort to unhouse people out of Greensboro. This is no different than the ordinance that he met with the city manager, Trey Davis, and assistant city manager, Andrea Harrell, about around the same time. And I would say that all of you knew, with the exception of Tammy Thurm, being that she responded and said she did not know about it. So I believe that you all let this happen, and you said nothing. So, again, this is done with, Mayor Vaughn tried to spin this. You pointed to an RFP from a different fiscal year. You claimed it was private money, but the charges are within a city program, a publicly funded program. So I ask again, if this was true, why is it reported through a city-funded contract? Mayor Vaughn, you said shortly after this, in July of 2016, maybe people shouldn't hop on the bus and come here. You knew, even as you said those words, that your political ally was putting people on a bus to get rid of them. And when confronted, you didn't denounce it, you defended it. You called it responsible, you called it compassionate. We call it what it is: displacement, deception, and I would say inhumane. And let's also not forget your own city attorney, Chuck Watts, who warned during last year's RFP process, quote, saying, "I think DGI will disqualify themselves," end quote. Quote, "I am not a fan of DGI. I am not a fan of Zach in the role that he's in. I don't think he's competent," end quote. Yet here we are, still funding DGI, even after the city attorney's words, still empowering Zach Matheny, still gaslighting the public when we demand answers. So I'm going to ask again, what is the name of this so-called program? Who authorized it? What records exist proving consent, placement, and follow-up? You all don't get to rewrite this. You don't get to hide behind bureaucracy, and you do not get to call this compensation.
Are you through? Mr. Jones?
Good evening, Greensboro City Council, Mayor. Scott Jones, Executive Director of Tiny House Community Development. Part of me wants to say thank you, and part of me doesn't, but I do appreciate some things that you do, and a lot of things you know that I've been critical over this council for doing for several years. I guess it's mainly because I feel neglected. I feel like our nonprofit's been neglected. It hasn't received the recognition for all the great things that it's done for this community, especially the homeless population here in Greensboro, over the last 12 years. There's an RFP that's been put out that we attended the meeting for, that we have an intention to apply for a third time to hopefully receive funding for the Hope Center located at 360 Westgate City Boulevard that is open 6 days a week for people experiencing homelessness and poverty in Greensboro. This Hope Center provides jobs for those that would not be able to receive jobs through our partnership with Goodwill Industries of Triad and other agencies around Greensboro that we partner with and collaborate, like GTCC, where we teach construction education certification. We're still serving over 30 to 60 individuals every day and 70 to 80 every Saturday morning, a hot meal. These are individuals that just don't get enough from other agencies in Greensboro who do provide meals and other individuals who serve meals. Unfortunately, in their situation, they have to get what they can get when they can get it, and we're there as a resource for them. But it's not just about meals, it's about birth certificates, it's about driver's license or IDs, a whole lot of other things that our agency provides. The street outreach. We were contacted by BHART or GPD about helping with the same situation we heard about a while ago. I have a house that's available for a person with a child. Nobody's asked me for that house. Nobody ever gave us a dime from the city for that house. It was privately funded by local donors in this community. That's how that community was built, private funds. The same way the Freeman Mill Road is trying to be finished by private funds. And I'm asking the city to help us to finish that project. I am critical of city council. I'm sorry. I was diagnosed with ADD, ADHD now. I suffer from that. It's no lie. We do need hugs. We also need support. I do have an anger side with me, and I get frustrated when I don't get the answers from this council and the city that I need. It's frustrating. I'm still waiting on a permit for a driveway, which I've submitted the stuff to the city, and I've heard nothing. So we're going to be pouring concrete next week up to the sidewalk. If I don't get the permits because I was told I wouldn't be able to get a CO because I'm not fixing the sidewalk, so be it. We'll just let the houses sit, unfortunately, with the ones we need. Thank y'all.
Mr. Jones, we'll check on that permit status. Andrea, can you follow up on that?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say one more thing, and I'll be real quick. The Cottage Grove, Cottage Gardens, I recall that. Anybody on this council know when that house, those units were built?
Not initially.
1959 and 1966, over 66 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After Malik, Cheryl McIver, Curtis Johnson, and Crystal Black.
Hello, City Council. Malik again, and I just want to come back and let y'all know this, that the depot, just the other day, the last part of May, I got jumped at the depot. And now I'm trying to get the security from the depot to be a new security. I want Ally University as the new security at the depot. Because the depot security that we got now, Phoenix, they are not upholding their contract. And I feel like it's time for some new change. It's time for new security at the depot. And it's like, it's tougher. They're pushing us in and out that depot. And on top of what we got heard about earlier, about the Greyhound buses, and Zach Matheny, this goes to your team, and for them, they've been doing their job. They've been doing decent. They've been doing what they're supposed to do. They've been out there trying to get people back to where they're supposed to be. And they've been doing what they want to do. And they've been helping us. And I can witness it because I've done brought people to your people. I done brought them to them to get them back on the bus, to get them out of here. I done had them to take 2 or 3 people and get them up out of here and buy the tickets. And I love it. And they are doing great. They're doing amazing. But the only thing is this now. We need to look at the security at the depot. And we want change. We want that contract with Phoenix to be wiped away. It needs to be Ally University in the house. Because Ally needs to come in. And I'm pushing it because I brought 4 or 5 of my people up here. Because we're tired. We've been getting pushed around at the depot. We've been having to leave the depot, in and out of that depot, each and every day. We're not staying there for an hour. If you're not catching a bus in less than 30 minutes, we have to leave right away. So, Nancy Vaughn and everybody else, Trey Davis, if you can look into this, get a way that we can get a new contract with a new security company out here, that would be great. Because we all our homeless members, all came together and we had to have a meeting. We have had to talk about this because we're tired. We're tired of getting pushed around. We're tired of getting harassed. We're tired of going through the sadness. We're tired of it. And we want change. We want change at the depot. We want to be better and safe. So I'm asking for Ally to come on and take over for Phoenix. Because I've done seen Ally comes up when there's a situation, Ally jumps right on it. Phoenix, they don't jump right on the situation. Just like I got beat up the other day at the depot. They didn't jump right on it. They want to come up after the situation happened. They want to come up right at the end. So please, Nancy Vaughn, can y'all please look into this?
Thank you. We will.
Hey, Malik, you're looking sharp, my man.
Thank you. And I wanted to say this one more thing, Nancy Vaughn, please. I am running for city council.
Okay.
I am running for your spot.
I see.
Vote for me.
Malik, I think there's going to be a lot of people running for
A
my
lot of
spot.
people, Malik. But what I want to say, Mr. Mason is here in the audience, who is our GTA Transit Director, so he's made a note of your concern, and we will look into it. Thank you.
It's kind of dark. Cheryl McIver, 404 West Mount Castle Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27406. On 5/6, Council narrowly passed a resolution, 2025-306, for a total of kind of $6.5 million in gap funds for multiple, for affordable housing, LIHTC projects. While our community expected the $1.8 million for the Beacon project, which is the Vandalia one, we did not expect to see $3 million requested for the Grayson project. We stand before you guys week after week, month after month, talking about affordable housing saturation. And what the city manager's office has done in planning and neighborhood development, we rezoned the Beacon project, which is to the left on your screen, and then you go right around the corner, and now you request $3 million in gap funding for another affordable housing project. I feel like when we come here, like you guys are listening, but I feel like now we're being mocked. And I'm really emotional about it because I just can't believe that this actually made it on the consent agenda, considering how vocal we've been about all of the affordable housing projects that have been on our side of town, within 2 miles of each other. So I'm really hurt and I'm really disappointed by this. Notwithstanding, you have on your consent agenda tonight, 2025-407, requesting for the city to fund the affordable housing project, what is it, Oak Grove, Oak Crest? I mean, are they not able to get their funding? Why are we going to initially loan this money out? And that's not how the process works, right, from what I understand. And I could be wrong. We had someone who's running for office come tell us we don't know what we're talking about, but I could be wrong, and I'm okay to be corrected. But now you have this on your consent agenda from neighborhood development, asking taxpayers to loan money up front for this construction project. And this request is coming from the North Carolina Finance Housing Committee. Is this how this works? I don't know. Somebody tell me. But why are we going to do, if you need $3 million in gap funding, then you don't need to try and build this project. I don't think I've ever, and the RFP was for $1.8 million. So where did we get $6.5 million? I just don't know, and I don't have an understanding. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention of how close you guys have just put this other request after we've come before you day after day, month after month, and week after week.
Thank you. Crystal, before you speak, is Curtis Johnson here? You're not going to speak? Okay. After Crystal Black, we have Dina Hayes Green, Monica Walker, and Paulette Montgomery.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking kind of piggybacking off of what Cheryl said. Crystal Black, 1120 Highstone Drive. Just to give you a little bit of history on some of the decisions you've made. In 2013, you approved for the terrace at Rocky Knoll, which had 48 units. 2 miles from there, you went down to Caswick Trail in 2016 and approved 72 more units. That's on 4406 Rehoboth Church Road. In 2017, you went 1.5 miles down the road and approved Sumner Ridge Apartments, which had 72 units. In 2019, you went 1.5 miles down the road and approved another 60 units, which was Ryan Ridge Apartments on Rehoboth Church Road. Then you decided to go 1.7 miles down and approved 60 units at Elmsley Trail Apartments on Callumdale. Didn't go too far. You went 0.1 miles for the next one to approve 84 units at the loft of Elmsley Crossing. That's still on Callumdale. You're still on the same street. So on the same street so far, you've put in 144 units. That wasn't enough. Let's go 436.4 feet was your next approval of 52 units on the same street. Then you decided to move to Vandalia Village, which was 2.3 miles from that last unit on Randleman Road, and add 76 more units. You decided to move 0.5 miles down the road, and graciously you moved from 120 units to 84 units. That gives us 524 units within a 1.9 square mile radius. That's what you've approved. And when we say we are being saturated, this is what we mean. We are saturated. You have made decisions in our area every time we get up here, and then you continue to approve it. This last approval, some of you didn't even know what you were approving. You've already admitted it. Just sign the papers. We can't trust the city manager's office or the planning and development department. We can't trust them to make decisions that are right for the people in our area. The way that last one was slid in, some of you all know that wasn't the right way, that it should have been done. You weren't informed on the development, but you approved it anyway. Some didn't. We know who didn't, but it still passed through. 524 units within a 1.9 mile radius. Is that not saturation? When is it enough?
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members and members of the public. My name is Dina Hayes Green, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I absolutely support Cheryl and Crystal's advocacy, and what they're talking about, what's happening in their community is happening in our community as well. But I'm here tonight because I'm in support of Sidney Gray and Eric Robert's request to withdraw from the Downtown Municipal Service District. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll wait and speak then. Thank you.
All right. After Ms. Montgomery, we have Eric Robert, Jim King, and Deanna Syed. And I believe those are all the speakers that we have as a speaker from the floor on non-agenda items.
Good evening. My name is Paulette Montgomery, and I am here to speak about DGI expenditures. Per IRC board member Deanna, our city ambassador started partnering with the IRC in September of 2024 to provide relocation for our homeless community. Fully vetted assistance with confirmation of support, services, and family. From what I understand, there were a lot of denials. Most people had nowhere to go. This is their home. This is where they have their support and services. In the July 2024 council meeting, Mayor Vaughn stated, "I know this is really going to sound heartless. We need to let people know we are not resource rich, and maybe people shouldn't hop a bus or train to come here." Not resource rich, Mayor Vaughn? That's certainly not a sentiment we would like potential business developers to hear about our city, but that's another day. In reality, in 2023 and 2024, classified under program DMSD, provided to the city by DGI for audit, shows DGI spent over $3,000 on Greyhound bus tickets. You know I support our homeless community, and if someone wants to move to another city where they have help and family, I'm all for it. We all need that in life. But if this partnership with the IRC started September 2024, who did the vetting in 2023 and early 2024 for DGI as required by House Bill 1798? Did you have social workers on hand? Did anyone speak with family members? I do know busing people out of town against their will or under coercive circumstances, for example, threatening arrest under Greensboro's new anti-homeless ordinances, could violate their 14th Amendment rights. So were these folks vetted? Or did we just drop them off in another city like Mayor Vaughn said we shouldn't be doing? No work on fixing the root cause of homelessness, just make them someone else's issue. Got it, Greensboro. It's been that way for 15 years. Other expenses charged to the taxpayer are Zach's numerous weekly $200 to $300 lunches, with the most outlandish one being an $1,100 lunch in Raleigh with who else but his buddy Roy Carroll. There are also season tickets to the Swarm and a box at the Greensboro Grasshopper Stadium, all on the taxpayer's dime. But the most egregious charge was the $200 lunch in Wyoming with Andy Zimmerman. I understand Andy rents a cabin in Wyoming for a month every year, and Zach, I think it's great that you could go and spend some time with your buddy. I'm sure he and your other behind-the-scenes leaders are very appreciative of the work that you do for them so they can remain wealthy and powerful. We taxpayers are not. There is so much more to come out about you, Zach, and so much more out there. It's time for you to step down. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before we start, I have a couple of clarifications that I need to ask. Okay?
I can't hear you.
Before we start, there's a couple of clarifications I'd like to ask, because I saw what you did with Dina just yet.
This is speaker from the floor and not agenda items, so you should just be able to speak.
Right, except that during the public hearing, there are some restrictions as to what name I can mention and some things I can and cannot say. So I'm here to talk about the process leading to the public hearing, not the public hearing itself.
I'll leave that up to the...
I would like to read these two on this coverage.
Same subject matter as the public hearing.
Courts have repeatedly held that limited public forum like this cannot suppress speech based on content or viewpoint, especially when that speech addresses public officials or government conduct. Any attempt to silence me for discussing issues of public concern, including conflict of interest or mismanagement, is a violation of my constitutional right.
I don't know what you're saying, so I don't know.
You don't know? Ooh. Is it the accent? What is it? Because that could be discrimination too.
Stop the clock.
Okay, so would you like me to reread this one portion? Slowly. Yes, ma'am. Courts have repeatedly held that limited public forum, like this one, cannot suppress speech based on content or viewpoint, especially when that speech addresses public official or government conduct. Any attempt to silence me for discussing issues of public concerns, including conflict of interest or mismanagement, is a violation of my constitutional rights. Thank you very much. Good evening. Right now I'm here to speak as a constituent and not a commissioner. I would like this one, please. From the very beginning, this process has been manipulated. Shorter presentation time, no rebuttal, speech restriction, and none of it was by accident, it was by design. The process, like so many others, has been corrupted from within by you, some of you, the very people we trust to uphold it. Because how can a process be fair? How can a process be fair when on May 5th, Council member Zach Matheny, the man at the very center of this blatant conflict, a man who should be recused and not excused, wrote to the city attorney, "Please do not respond until I can talk with you." How can a process claim legitimacy when on May 14th, Council member Abuzwader wrote, "I don't think setting this precedent would be good for the bid"? How can a process possibly serve the public interest when on May 25th, the city attorney, Chuck Watts, wrote, "Eric is a known troublemaker. Granting this request would embolden him. I recommend we deny it and be done with it." Then on May 29th, Ms. Abuzwader again warns council that if one person is allowed out, others may follow. And moments later, Chuck Watt distributed a ready-made script saying the proper motion would be to deny removal. So yeah, we will have a public hearing, but the verdict was written before the hearing was scheduled, before evidence was presented, and before the public had even a chance to speak. You collectively lost your right to speak about anything in D.C. as you're acting far worse. And as for Mary Kay, the police informant and confused mean girl, this is all very telling about what you would do as mayor. So Mary Kay, as much as you want to be mayor, I will be giving you a primary, as because of this, I now intend on joining the mayoral race, if only to protect Greensboro citizens from people like you. And I'll be there at every debate, at every meeting, just to show people who you are and what you are. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, because I was called out, I would like to say if the entire email threads had been posted, it would show why those questions were said, because not all of us received all of the emails.
Madam Mayor, could I add that the hearing that's going to happen later is not a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a legislative hearing, which means that discussion prior to the hearing is allowed. People can reach conclusions before the hearing. A quasi-judicial hearing, however, would require that the decision emanate from the presentation in the public hearing. That is not what we're going to have this afternoon. That's not what's called for by the statute. His point about viewpoint discrimination, you have not, nor have I, nor anyone else attempted to do any viewpoint discrimination. The regulations that have been imposed have to do with time, place, manner, and subject matter. So you were suggesting that he have this discussion he wanted to have now, later. That's not viewpoint discrimination. He can express his viewpoint, but at the time, place, and manner that's called for by this meeting, as with any meeting.
Thank you. Our last two speakers, Mr. King.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members. I'm Jim King, the board chair of the Interactive Resource Center. Last week on social media, there were some posts that were raising questions about DGI and bus tickets, Mr. Matheny. I felt that as board chair that I needed to know what kind of involvement the IRC had or what knowledge we had, and I reached out to our staff and got a response to that I'd like to share with you. First of all, what I believe, I'm making the assumption that what was being alluded to was a practice called diversion. And diversion, when working with homeless people, is a best practice that is initiated first, if at all possible, before any other steps are taken. Diversion, you talk to the person, and if it's appropriate and they're voluntarily willing to go to a place where there is a family member or a friend, someone who can offer safety and stability to that person, you help facilitate that. What I'd like to do is share with you the response I received from the staff regarding my question about the ambassadors and the allegations that were being made. We have worked with the ambassadors to assist travelers in need, particularly when clients are seeking help at the station. In those cases, we ensure a thorough verification process before any support is provided. This includes confirming the client's destination and ensuring that they have a stable and appropriate place to go. From what we have observed, the ambassadors and others involved, including Zach Matheny, appear to be practicing diversion in good faith. With the intent to connect clients with individuals, with their family, friends, or safe placements in other cities, especially if the clients are originally from there. It seems to be a well-meaning effort to provide practical solutions rather than a displacement tactic. The IRC has coordinated with the ambassadors to help individuals to stay with relatives or support networks in other areas. Clients have asked for assistance. Regarding our current diversion practices, we continue to prioritize person-centered, strengths-based conversations with clients to explore all safe housing options, particularly informal supports like family or friends, before resorting to shelter placements. I'll stop.
Thank you.
Yes.
Up here and speak. Did I ask you to come?
No, you did not.
Thank you. I appreciate your work.
So, Mr. King, can I ask you a quick question? Thank you for that information. I know. But that practice is also done by other nonprofits that work in this world.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So you're not solely doing it as one nonprofit for homeless individuals.
No, we're one of many who use diversion when possible.
So not only just Greyhound tickets, sometimes you put them on a train or you...
There have been occasions where a train or a plane, and even a plane, was a better, more cost-effective situation, as I understand it.
So when I get a phone call from someone, as I've gotten in times past, and young lady says, I want to go back home to my mother, to help her get to home, to see her mom, because she's homeless here.
Right.
But she can get back home. That's something I think that we all, as human beings, ought to be trying to do. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
To help people move from a worse situation to a better situation.
Correct.
And I really am dismayed and saddened by the fact that this particular diversion that we use is being made to look like that it is something illegal, immoral, and it's unfortunate because we really are trying to help people who are in need the most. Yes. And it's really saddening to sit here and hear this, see all those emails, and I will say maybe people don't quite understand. I serve on the Consortium of Care, and I know in that Consortium of Care there's over 60-plus agencies, and they have done it as well. So it's not anything that's new to be done, and DGI or whomever, I understand that aspect of it because I think it's something totally. It's really not about helping homeless people get home. The whole issues coming up is about something else. But I appreciate what you all are doing there because if not for you all being there in the continuum of care, where would these individuals be? So.
I didn't finish, but I'd like to make one statement, if I may.
Yes, sir.
We have worked in the last number of months with the ambassadors of DGI very, very closely. They're a valued partnership with the IRC. They're a valuable asset to addressing homelessness in Greensboro, and we appreciate the work that they're doing.
Mrs. Hoffman, then Dr. Wells.
No question, Mr. Gann. I just wanted people to know that This work on the part of our ambassadors and Downtown Greensboro, Inc. is done with private funding that they have raised. It's not being done with public funds. There seems to be some misunderstanding about that.
You'll have to be quiet or I'll have you removed. Dr. Wells?
I just wanted to state I served as chair of the IRC for several years. This is not a new practice. We bought tickets and sent folks home, kin folks. When you find out you have somewhere to go, if they had somewhere to go, we sent them. So this is nothing new.
Right.
It's been a practice that we've used, and it's been effective.
You know, I know we have one more speaker, but I do want to give two examples. And one was one of our unhoused individuals who came up and spoke to us for years. Eddie. And he was in permanent supportive housing. He got job training. He worked at UPS, but he couldn't keep his housing, and he ended up on the streets. And his brother came to live with him, and they just had no options at this point. And he said he wanted to go home. And the IRC ended up buying them plane tickets to a city very far away because they probably didn't have the wherewithal to navigate buses or trains. And so the IRC bought them 2 plane tickets home. I've heard from Eddie. He's doing really well. The thing that worried them the most was they couldn't take their dog with them. So the ambassadors rehomed the dog. And that was the way that the IRC and the ambassadors worked together. And then just one other quick story. I ran into a woman downtown who just left an abusive relationship in Winston. She said it was the first time she had absolutely nowhere to go. She had no money. Her boyfriend didn't let her have anything. She didn't even have a phone. And DGI was able to send her somewhere to be with her family and to be safe.
With private funding.
Yeah. Sometimes people are just...
Hi, I'm Deanna Kelly Saeed. I'm on the board of the IRC, and until a few months ago, I was a staff member. And I helped facilitate a relationship between the IRC and the Downtown Ambassadors. And I am very pleased right now that we are in a chamber where there are a lot of people who care very deeply about the unhoused and access to equitable housing. And we know that in this ecosystem, a lot of things simply don't work. We all know that, right? A lot of things simply don't work. But when something does work, it's worth honoring and worth acknowledging. And one thing that I have to say, that the Downtown Ambassadors and the work that Sean Eisenbach and his team do, it is absolutely working in a profoundly impactful way. And I am very honored to have been able to facilitate that relationship. And I can tell you in my experience with the ambassadors, including the team also includes someone who has lived experience with being unhoused. In my experience with the ambassadors, it has been entirely ethical and extremely compassionate. And there is a protocol before anyone is voluntarily sent home. There is a phone call made to ensure that they have housing where they are going and that the person wants them there. This is also the same protocol that the IRC follows, and we would not be partnering with the ambassadors if those ethical standards were not in place. The ambassadors have also partnered with us on Doorway. They have been one of the biggest referring partners to Doorway, and one thing that the ambassadors have done that no other partner has done is that they will go downtown and find people that they have referred into Doorway and personally escort them to the IRC so that they would not miss their Doorway intake. Sean himself has pushed people halfway through downtown in wheelchairs to make sure that they did not lose their intake. I will tell you that the relationship between the IRC and the ambassadors initially was one of distrust, but now it has made a qualitative and quantitative impact on the downtown community in making sure that our unhoused neighbors have access to services. We all know that we're about to face an unprecedented surge in people who are losing their housing due to federal cuts. And one thing that I hope to see, and I hope that comes out of this conversation, is that collaboration is important, it is necessary, it is urgent, and that we really need to strive for that model. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. So that is the end of our speakers from the floor on non-agenda items. We will now move on to the consent agenda items G1 through G14. We do have two speakers on G9.
Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second. G11, and one on G12. Mrs. Hightower?
Madam Mayor, I have a couple I want to pull off consent agenda, but what I'd like to ask is that we move an item up to here. Trying to get the item, I think it's H3.
You want to move
I want to move up H3 because the mayor of Sadelia and his staff is here. And so I would like for us to move that item, is the water item for the town of Sadelia.
We'll come back to the consent agenda.
Yes.
So we are going to take item H3, which is a resolution approving an interlocal agreement with the town of Sadelia for water and sewer. Can we have a brief?
Yes, Mr. Borges should be here. Mike's here.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon? Well, the mayor from Sadelia's here, and I do want to offer that.
Yeah, we should. And this is an item that has been worked on for years.
And I'm glad we finally got here.
Mr. Borchers?
Yes, very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. It's my honor to bring this item, but I first want to thank staff, and especially want to thank Mayor Howard Morgan, Mayor Pro Tem Sarita Faison, and Town Administrator Cam Dungy. They worked very closely with us.
And are they here this evening?
Yes.
If you would like to be recognized?
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Yes.
They are here, and I don't know, the mayor wants to have a few words after our presentation.
Thank you.
Yep. And I have a quick presentation just to what this item is requesting is council's consideration and approval for the city manager to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the town of Sadelia to provide utility services. Very similar to what we did with Pleasant Garden. Matter of fact, that agreement will kind of be the backbone as we go through it. So I have a real quick presentation. As you can see, August 26, 2022, the town requested water and sewer service to be able to help revitalize and do some of their projects that they were looking for, especially the town center. In 2023, the state issued a $50,000 grant. It's called a Merger Regionalization Feasibility Study, a MERF study. And in that, we were able to look at how best we could partner together to provide those utility services. Very thankful for Piedmont Triad Regional Council for their support to be able to pull all the information together. Had very favorable outcome. You can see the benefits down there. It talked about it. It helps address quality of life issues tied to aging water and sewer infrastructure, which is one of the challenges, of course, the town is dealing with. Also supports economic development with access, not only for the town, of course, to access particular areas, but also for the city to access for future growth as well. And then, of course, our ongoing, I appreciate the mayor mentioning our strategic regional partnerships and continuing to support that. And this is just a cover of the feasibility study, which was completed in October of last year. So here's a map that basically shows, I'm just going to point to the very center. You'll see basically a polygon with a darker orange kind of line. That is the town was able to obtain about $2.6 million in grant funding to be able to do this first phase of the project. And this, what you see on the map, it would be the heart of the project, extending if council were to approve this item and we complete the process of negotiating an interlocal agreement. The next thing would be to go ahead and start the process of permitting, design, and construction for extending sewer service primarily into the town center and the heart of the town of Sadelia. They are very fortunate. We are very fortunate, of course. We have water infrastructure, not only along US 70 or Burlington Road, but also Sadelia Road. So we are fortunate that we do have water infrastructure already a good bit into the town as well. We have looked at what we could do. We do have adequate capacity, so we would be proposing 200,000 gallons per day of a sewer allocation to support to this first phase of the project. And then it would, of course, address commercial mixed use, including their town center revitalization, which is very important, of course, to the town. And, of course, it's a very favorable return on the investment as well. So the last thing, and again, I want to thank Council for the small group meetings that we had where we talked about this project and we went through and looked at the considerations. I'm not going to read all of these, but I just want to let you know that we of course, appreciate your input. This is what we would be bringing to the table, of course, as the city manager looks to go ahead and create an interlocal agreement with the town and ourselves. And then it'd be very similarly modeled to what we did with Pleasant Garden. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, Mike, for this work. And I know that this has been years in the making. We're glad that we could finally get here with the things that happened with Pleasant Garden, which really put us on the path to help the town of Sadelia, because they're actually in the heart of a lot of economic growth going on out that way. And so we want to help our neighbor capitalize on those assets as well. Once we prove this tonight, because we're going to, and I'm claiming that, I'm making the motion for it as well, when do you anticipate our being able to start to get on the path?
Well, that's a great question. So I know the town is very, the mayor is very excited, and Mayor Pro Temp and us. So the next step would be is once council approves this, we will immediately turn around to start working on the interlocal agreement. I think certainly, optimistically, I think that's something we can certainly do in the June, July latest time frame, get that all together. Once that's signed by the city manager, because you're going to give him, if you approve it, the authority to do that, we can turn right around and start working on looking at permitting and design. So I think optimistically, by the end of the year, we may be able to start looking at getting the design well underway.
Wonderful, great. Again, I want to thank your staff. Y'all been doing a lot of work. This has been years in the making, and I know that, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson had also said to make sure we do this and get this done for them as well. And so that's fulfilling one of her last wishes also. But I think as we look at regionalism, we have to begin to be more open-minded about how we work with our incorporated areas as well as our unincorporated areas. And this is one I think is going to be really beneficial. They've got Charlotte Hawkins Brown and other assets out there. So I'm excited about us being able to do this. So thank you again, staff, and to work with them.
It's a great project.
It is a great. Howard, I don't know if you wanted to have a word or two. You just, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for this. I know it was Mayor Pro Tem Johnson's wish that this happened, and I also want to give a shout out to the Piedmont Triad Regional Council staff, because them doing this study, and I think Mike will agree, Mr. Borchers will agree, is one thing that helped this move forward. And as Vice Chair of the Piedmont Triad Regional Council, I'm ecstatic, because we have tried to push things along like this, and knowing that the regionalism and taking care of the towns and municipalities around us, this is what the PTRC does, and I'm very proud of that fact, and I'm very thankful for the town of Sadelia and everyone surrounding them, so thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to come and speak?
Good evening. As you heard earlier, the city's been making small steps for many years, just trying to get to this point. This is a big step tonight. And I have to thank all city individuals that have helped us out with this. everybody around us. Basically, our engineer has been working on this for 2 or 3 years. We've been working on it for about the last 20 years, trying to make this happen. So that's where we are, and great things are going on in Sadelia. And it was mentioned earlier that we have a huge, large impact in our area now for just growth. And we're hoping that within the next couple of years, we'll be part of that plan. Thanks, Council, and thanks everybody else that helped out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Good.
that has been moved by Mrs. Hightower and seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Thank you very much. So now we'll hop back to the consent agenda. Mrs. Hightower. Well, we have a speaker on G9, 11, and 12. Mrs. Hightower, was there an item you wanted to remove?
There's one that, there's actually, G9 is already being, so I'm okay. I won't speak to that. But G2 is an item that I would like to pull off and postpone until we have a little bit more information on this.
That was the loan subordination. Is it time sensitive? Cindy says it's time sensitive.
It's always time sensitive, and that's a problem. Everything that comes here in housing is time sensitive. You sit on this stuff for months, and then it comes, and it's time sensitive. This is a third lien position that I think we need to understand better what we're always doing. And again, Zach, this is another one that comes with a timeline. It's got to be done right now. We've had no discussions about it. You're doing housing, but these things are coming up, and we're not hearing about it. Ask for a housing work session. We hadn't had it because I know we're in budget, so I understand that part. But we got to do a better job of this. People are complaining. And I understand their concerns, and you know, we have to listen and hear to that. But I think as 9 people up here, we ought to be informed about things like this and what the impacts are, rather than always getting hit at the last minute and having to make a decision on the fly. And I'm not comfortable, and I'm not going to vote for it. If it moves forward tonight, I am a no.
So can we wait? Can it wait 2 weeks?
I can tell you, I'm not going to support it, and because Sharon's exactly right, and I'm glad Cheryl McIver, I don't know where you are, or Crystal brought it to our attention even further.
And this is third place.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, we're third lien.
Third lender, and even if there was an email saying, "Hey, you got an item coming up. Here's the information about it," and so. This needs to be postponed, and I don't care why.
We can postpone, but I believe, based on what we've heard tonight, I'm going to ask Cindy Blue. I think she's here, just so you have the knowledge. And I think also based on the questions that we heard from, speakers, that we need to have some explanation of what this actually means. So, Cindy, if you can provide that explanation.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor and Council, the city has already closed on its loan to Oakwood Park. This is a 16-unit supportive housing project located out on Groomtown Road. The project is scheduled to close its North Carolina Housing Finance Agency and construction loans on Thursday. Because North Carolina Housing Finance Agency is coming into this project with construction financing instead of permanent financing, like they normally do, it basically puts 3 lenders into the pool for construction financing. NCHFA has more money in the deal than we do, and so the city would typically subordinate to NCHFA. At the end of this
construction period. When the construction loan, the bank construction loan is paid off, the city will be in second position behind NCHFA, which is as we had planned.
I don't think we should ever be in third place, even if it's for a short period of time.
We had that come up many, many years ago, and we
I
said
thought we
no.
were going to make it a policy not to consider anything less than second place.
And I know you said Greentown Road, and it's close to the intersection. It's behind it, but the address is Vandalia Road.
It is. It's Vandalia.
And so, you know, if and I said this 2 weeks ago, if we're doing housing, and we talk about housing, and we want to get to 10,000 units, we want to support housing and affordable housing, why are we just now hearing about it, and why do you just throw it on a consent agenda? Let's pound our chest and say, this is what we're doing to help housing. So, council, here's what we're going to do. And then the question is, and maybe it's on here, I can't really see, you know, where's our $100,000 coming from? What bucket of money is that coming from?
This was approved for use as home ARP funds almost a year ago, I believe.
So we approved a bucket of money for ARP funds, but not specifically for that project.
Yes, yes, you did. Yes, this was approved by council, and we have already closed our loan.
Well, if we can't, then I think we should just vote it up or down. Postpone it.
Right now, assuming that we were in third position, what are the amounts of the indebtedness for first, second, and third? If we were to be third.
Yeah, because it's not in the resolution at all.
I don't remember whether that was it in the memo?
Not in the it's not in the resolution. And I typically read all the stuff, so it's not like, you know.
I mean, oftentimes you'll have, it's kind of a perfunctory, it's just an administrative thing, but you have to have the numbers. I mean, if we're third behind, you know, $400 million, then that's one thing. But if we're third behind 10,000, that's another. But what are the numbers? First, second, third.
No, I don't have the numbers with me tonight. NCHFA is about a couple $100,000 more than the city's investment.
But we don't even have the details and the data. It's been a year since we voted on whatever it is was voted on. And I think that any time it's been that case, I had this conversation with the city attorney about another project, and I'm saying you've got to put the data in the resolution and form so we can read what's going on.
Why don't we take G2 off? We'll vote on it separately.
Yeah.
Was there another item?
Well, I'm G9, but I think you've already pulled G9.
We have two speakers on G9.
For somebody who's speaking on that one.
And just real quickly for Cindy, so if we vote G2 down, what happens to the deal? What happens to the transaction?
The closings would be off for Thursday. We would have to come back again to council at your next council meeting.
Well, then why can't we just do that? I mean, you're voting it. If you're voting it now, if they got to come back. But if we
so it doesn't go away, it just gets delayed.
Come back.
So
I just think we got to be better informed.
So I get that. So
Yes,
we're going to vote on G2 separately, G9, 11, and 12. Everything else good?
Yeah.
So do I have a motion to move the consent agenda minus G2, G9, 11, and 12? Dr. Wells moved it? Okay. Who's the second? Council, please vote.
Madam Mayor, as we collect these votes, I would recommend, if Ms. Hightower is okay with it, just postponing G2 to the next meeting, not voting on it.
Okay. Yeah, that's why.
The consent agenda minus those items passes 9-0. I need a motion to postpone till our next meeting, resolution to authorize a city loan subordination to North Carolina Housing Finance Agency loan to Oakwood Park project. Moved by Mrs. Hightower. Without further advertising. Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
And this is a vote to postpone.
Yes. Without further advertising to the next meeting.
Can that not be a voice vote that we're postponing it to the next meeting? Thank you, Mr. Attorney. We don't need to vote on this because the screen's not correct, and I think we voice vote to just bounce it to.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, that passes 9-0. Now, G9 is a resolution approving change order number 2 for contract 2021-049A in the amount of $864,144 with Samet Corporation for the Equipment Services Garage site work. Sharon, did you have a question? We do have 2 speakers on this item.
No, I'll listen to the 2 speakers because I really don't think, well, maybe I should reserve my comment, but I don't think they're going to speak
So
to what
I
I'm
do
going to
have-
speak to. So let's just hear the speakers and I'll make my comments after.
2 speakers, Mr. George Hartzman and Mr. Jason Hicks. Is Mr. Hicks on Zoom? Mr. Hicks? And your comments need to be addressed to this agenda item, which is the change order with Samet Corporation.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor Vaughn. I can hear you this time. I couldn't hear you before. So we're going to speak about Samet. Good evening, council members. Tonight, I'm asking you not to approve change order number 2 for the contract with Samet Corporation and $864,144 increase. That would bring the total contract with the city to over $25 million. While on the surface, this may look like a routine budget adjustment for site issues, there are deeper, more troubling issues that this council cannot afford to ignore. It has been alleged, and I want to be very clear, that I am only sharing information that has been alleged to me, that during a meeting with the Guilford County officials, individuals associated with the Samet Corporation allegedly made disparaging remarks about the county's MWBE requirements, and even more disturbingly, alleged.
Mr. Hicks, that's not relevant to this change order. If you have something that's relevant, you can continue your remarks. Do you want to unmute him for a moment? And I guess he muted himself. Can you?
I think I have plenty more to say. You muted me, so I'd like to continue if I can. Okay, so I'm going to continue.
Continue to relevant information to this change order.
I would say that, disparaging remarks and racial epithets with a contractor is very relevant.
You yourself said they were alleged. You're just
so these remarks
hearsay.
Were serious enough to lead the county commissioners to cancel Samet's contract on the county jail, reportedly. So, if the county took such a drastic step, how can the city justify moving forward without even asking questions? Again, this is germane. So if you now have a situation where a major contractor whose president, Arthur Samet, sits on the board of Downtown Greensboro Incorporated, is requesting more public funding from this council while facing credible and very serious allegations about the way they speak about equity and minority participation. Again, being germane, let's not forget, Samet is already underperforming on its MWBE goals. The contract called for 12.35 MBE and 14.96 WBE. They have only reached 6.81% and 6.93% respectively. That is germane because it is in your agenda document. That alone is grounds for greater scrutiny. But combined with these disturbing allegations, there is no excuse for moving forward without a thorough and transparent review. I think this is a demand for responsible governance. The City of Greensboro cannot be in the business of handing out multi-million-dollar contracts without doing without doing its due diligence, especially when there are unresolved questions about the contractor's conduct and commitment to the values this city and the mayor that just interrupted me claims to uphold. I'm urging this entire council, do not approve another dollar until this council has investigated these allegations fully and publicly. If they're untrue, that will come out. But if they are true and the city proceeds anyways, you will have failed your duty to protect both the...
Mr. Hartzman?
George Hartzman, this isn't just about concrete and asphalt. It's about conflicts of interest, self-dealing, and taxpayer abuse. Salmon Corporation is led by Arthur Salmon, a current DGI board member, alongside Zach Matheny, who also sits on the city council.
That's
and
actually
serves,
not relevant
it is,
to this
I'm asking
item.
for his recusal, who also sits on the city council and serves as DGI CEO.
There's no reason for recusal.
I'm asking for Zach's recusal. Please let me finish. Arthur Salmon is also a political donor to Zach Matheny. Taxpayer-funded DGI paid for meals at Undercurrent involving Salmon, Matheny, Roy Carroll. During the same time, contracts with Salmon and Carroll's companies were approved, pending, or amended by the city. Roy Carroll, another major donor to Matheny, has paid employees sitting on DGI's board, along with Mr. Salmon. The timeline raises serious red flags. Salmon votes on DGI taxpayer-funded initiatives, while his company profits from city contracts. Zach Matheny never recused himself from any votes involving Salmon or Carroll, despite clear personal, professional, and financial ties. It looks like a quid pro quo. There were meals with Salmon and Carroll coincident with approved city contracts and campaign donations flowing to Zach Matheny. What it looks like is kickbacks and insider dealing, all funded by the public, which has been kept in the dark. I received incriminating evidence of malfeasance, and I was at risk from that moment on. We've also learned the DGI's ambassador program, operating out of the Greensboro Depot and funded with public dollars, has been busing out houseless, mentally ill individuals from the city, likely without full board oversight. Do Arthur Salmon and Roy Carroll know DGI may be complicit in the forced
This really has nothing to do with the contract. Mr. City Attorney.
These are serious
It has
ethical
nothing to do with the topic.
violations
Excuse
and
me?
the conflicts of interest.
It has nothing to do with the topic.
Okay. He is,
That has nothing to do with the topic, and it's also not allowable under the law.
all right. Mr. Hartzman.
I formally call for his
Okay,
recusal
Zach,
on
are
this
you going
item.
to recuse
You
yourself?
can't formally call for his recusal.
No, are you
I
going
just
to...
formally
just-
recall, I called for it. You saw me do it.
Mr. Matheny, would you humor Mr. Hartzman, please? Are you going
Seriously,
to
you
recuse
should
yourself?
Recuse yourself.
Mr. Watts, can I legally even?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Right.
Hold on 1 second, Sharon.
So, no, I'm not going to recuse myself.
There's no legal basis for you to recuse yourself, even if everything he just said was true,
Which it's not.
which I have no idea.
Thank you.
There wasn't one thing true.
He's not on the board of DGI.
So, Mrs. Hightower, would you like to add something substantive to this conversation? Yes. Yeah.
Just shut it down. Sorry. So let me just say, this did not meet the goals. That's the concern for me. This did not meet the goals, period. So that was a statement that was true earlier. Two changes. The second one talks about the GMP, which we've already exceeded the GMP. The GMP was 209 when I was looking. We're now up to over 25 million. But what is also concerning is that with these change orders, not meeting the goals, and then having MWBs that don't even get another opportunity so that we can increase the goals and work. The second change order says now we can't do it because it's an emergency and it's contaminant. And of course, we don't have any MWBs that can do contaminants, supposedly in our 27 county MSA area. But I think there's been some missed opportunities. Change order number 1 was there, and that could have occurred. As well as we got to focus more harder on meeting that goal, meeting those goals. And they only met them halfway. Yeah, they meet the good faith estimate. Good faith estimate is weak. Well, it's estimates because well, efforts, you're right, but it's weak at best. Okay, it's not a checkoff box as some think it is. It is not. But there's ways around it. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I threw my mic toward the thing. Sorry about that. But the concern for me is by not meeting the goals, the missed opportunities for those MWBEs that are there. So when you look at the change orders, they got initial work, but with every other change order, they got nothing. Zero. Zero, 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 zero. That, to me, impacts the goals. So I've requested that Griffin and Strong address that as well. It's a concern for me that the memo, even though written by the MWBE office, but it came from someone in procurement. Is this procurement services? Came from Chris Payne. So
it's to them.
And so
it's to Chris. The MWBE memo is to Chris.
And so, but why is it going to, even if it's going to procurement? So that's enough, because that's an equipment service work, garage, construction. Why is it in that department? That department won't even do goals.
So I think
so there's a whole lot of concerns here, and unfortunately now all this other stuff comes into play, which diverts from the true issue. Okay? That's part of the problem. And I would like for us to do goal training again for all departments to understand it.
Sharon, I agree with you, and that we do have to look at the whole MWBE program. But we have the issue before us right now, and my understanding is this was very specialized site work.
The change order number 2, but not change order number 1. So change order number 2 does speak to contaminants and quote unquote emergency. I don't know what the emergency piece of it was. And that's where, to me, we miss out on even still.
It's mainly about the contaminants and removing soil that was not expected to be there. So you guys already have approved the original contract where they met good faith efforts and didn't meet the actual goal.
Didn't meet the goal.
Yes, that's a fact. Change order number 1 has already been approved. And really what we're talking about is change order number 2. We got a $25 million investment here, and it needs to be completed. And this work is, there's nobody in the 27 counties that does this work, period. Now, if we had a statewide program, there's probably minority vendors that could participate in this. But that's why it's being given a waiver here.
There's still some opportunity, Chuck, and that's the problem. And even though you're looking at change 2, this whole thing is comprehensive. You can't look at change number 2 in isolation. You have to look at the whole piece of it, from the whole contract to the change order. And see, the problem I have with change orders, now this one may be needed, but sometimes change orders are done because they do have MWB participation, and they're recouping those dollars in change orders. And that needs to be evaluated.
Mrs. Hightower, after the budget, I know that Chuck plans on doing an MWBE work session, and hopefully that will be late July.
Helpful.
When?
I'm hoping it'll be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, that change order needs to be one.
I understand your reservation about change orders in general. I certainly do. But, I am focused on this one as change order number 2, and really hadn't reconsider the whole project. It's a necessary project. We've already spent a lot of money. If we could get minority participation, I think we would have tried.
I don't disagree, and it's in my district. That's not, and so I understand the garage is on Patton Avenue. I get that, and I know, it has to be, but at the same time, we can't continue to just say, well, see, we can't do, we just got to take a different focus, and I'm so tired of talking about
We're going to have to go ahead and
we can vote. I'm
vote on the item that it is.
I'm voting no.
So G9 is a resolution approving change order number 2 for, oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to separate the MWBE program question from the allegations that we heard earlier. This is a vendor that we've worked very, very closely with that has shown an unbelievable commitment on a number of city projects to MWBE, to furthering support of black-owned businesses in our community. They have gone way above goals on some of our fire stations. I have a problem with just letting the allegations lie out there. This particular project didn't meet goals, and we do have questions. I concur with Councilwoman Hightower on the goals and that kind of thing on this project. But I really hate to see the excellent reputation of this company besmirched by supposed allegations when on other projects they have risen to the occasion and stood up and been a very good partner for their city, for young fledgling businesses. And I just think we need to acknowledge that and support that and all the efforts. And I'm not saying that's separate. I am saying that's separate and apart from the question of this change order. But I don't think we can let allegations stand for a company that's gone above and beyond in our community.
Agreed. All right, Mrs. Hoffman, and then we really have to vote.
I just want to second that, those comments, Ms. Thurm. The Samet Corporation probably might have been our first major company that we do considerable business with with that the city does business with, setting up a separate, really MWBE office with a key executive in charge of that. So over a number of years, they have really played a very important role in working with subcontractors, training, so forth and so on, and supporting them in their work efforts and contract efforts. So again, we just don't need to besmirch a very good company's reputation with all of this extraneous stuff that we hear sometimes.
Internships they have too.
And
Absolutely,
so let me say something right here, right quick, right now. And I'm not interested in what speakers had to say. I'm not talking about allegations. I'm not addressing allegations. I don't care about that. I care about what I'm talking about with the MWBE piece of it. And yeah, you can give them some kudos here, but it ought to be a consistent process of making sure if you're going to be engaging and inclusive to have an economic impact on the smaller businesses, particularly black and women-owned businesses, it has to be consistent. And a lot of these high-dollar projects, they don't meet the goals on. And that is what we need to be focused on. I don't care about all that other rhetoric they're talking about out there. I'm caring about this. And this is important to me. And we need to send the same message to them and send to other companies. That message needs to be that we're going to ensure that those businesses that contribute to our city get a return on their investments as well. When we ask them to be here and pay taxes, they want to do business. And they want to do business on city contracts. And we spend a lot of money on these contracts. Water projects, all of them. fire stations, all we build. We spend a lot of money, and there should be a return that we see that greatly impacts those smaller businesses.
Mrs. Hightower, I do not disagree with you at all. And I think both things can be true at the same time. So I'm going to, do we have a motion on the resolution approving change order number 2 for contract 2021-49A in the amount of $864,144 with Samet Corporation? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Do you need a voice vote? No? And that passes 6-3. Item G11 are budget adjustments approved by the budget officer 51325 through 52325. Mr. Hartzman?
Yes. Before I begin, the city attorney, Chuck Watts, Mayor Nancy Vaughn, and I believe Nancy Hoffman have received meals from Zach Matheny.
All right, George,
paid
this has
for by
nothing to
DGI.
do with this item.
It's on the ledger. You need to recuse yourself from interrupting me.
No, we don't. This has nothing to do with this item whatsoever.
And that would not be a
And
basis
you either
for recusal.
zero in on something with this item or move on.
So, this item has money for the Parks and Recreation Department. As DGI CEO, Zach Matheny purchased lunch for Parks and Rec's director.
George,
It's what it
you've
is.
gotta be-
It's allowed.
It is allowed. I call for council to demand immediate recusal of council member Zach Matheny from all votes involving Greensboro Parks and Recreation Department.
That would not be allowed.
His organization, DGI, openly brags about lobbying. He's a lobbyist, Chuck. A lobbyist is not allowed to spend $1 on you.
He's not a lobbyist,
He is an unregistered lobbyist. Do you see the pictures?
i.e. not a lobbyist.
DGI's January 30th Business Improvement District report states our
Right, this-
strong,
this has
mutually beneficial
nothing-
partnership with city staff, particularly.
Do we have a motion on this item? Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote.
It absolutely is not. Oh, are you a lawyer now? No. That doesn't make you a lawyer.
All right, come on.
It actually makes you in violation of practicing without a license.
That item passes 9-0. Item G12, budget adjustments requiring council approval, 51325 through 52325. Mr. Hartzman, can you be relevant? Do I have a motion on the item? Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote.
Councilmember Hightower?
And that passes 9-0. We are going to take a 10-minute break for our closed captioning. We will return.
Turn your mic off. Turn your mic off.
Professional basketball has a brand new home. The Greensboro complex is now home to the Upshot League. Women's professional basketball is coming to Greensboro. So, Alex, what is the Upshot League?
Upshot League is an opportunity for women's athletes and basketball players specifically to up their shot and to achieve their goals and get to the level they want to. When you look at the WNBA, there's only so many roster spots. This league is going to offer them an opportunity to continue playing, develop their game, and hopefully get to the next level. We'll start assembling staffs and a coaching staff. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of recruiting, and I'm sure there'll be some tryouts as well. As we mentioned, there's only going to be 11 players on each of the 4 teams. Obviously, we hope to grow the league a little bit, but it'll be 11 spots, so that's going to make it really competitive. And you could expect to see maybe players that didn't quite make it in the WNBA, maybe were released, and maybe some graduating college seniors that want to keep their game going.
So some of the fun part is that you'll get to see some players that you already have come to know and love from college basketball, and some who may end up in the WNBA.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. I mean, you're going to see the future of the game, right? Future stars of the game potentially, and that's it. I mean, it's very similar like with the hockey too. Those players are developing their craft to get to the next level, and that's what we're offering here on the women's side, especially with the fact that the women's sports, both on the basketball side and the hockey side is booming right now, and that was the reason why we kind of got this project going, and also the passion of Donna Orender as well. She really spearheaded this thing.
Well, and we know how great it is to watch sporting events here in Greensboro, and you can be right up close to the action. What drew you to Greensboro?
When you're starting a team or anything, you have to have good support from the community and the city itself and the facilities, and we have all that here. We've already established that now with the Gargoyles, and so it was a no-brainer to offer this opportunity. The facilities here, it's a great sports town. Basketball is well-loved here, so, I mean, it just made sense. It was a little slam dunk, right, to put it there, but it was an easy decision to offer it to the city, and they certainly didn't waste any time jumping on it.
Well, we are so glad to have you here. We can't wait to find out what the day will be.
Yeah, we can't wait either. Again, just get on that website and put in the names. They did a great job at the Gargoyles, so I'm expecting it to be really good here for this.
And games start in 2026, right?
Right, yeah, 2026, May of 2026, and there'll be 40 games, 20 home games will be played right here.
All right, Scott, why women's professional basketball? Why did you want to hear?
Well, our community is growing. We've got business moving here. We have opportunity ahead of us. Obviously, announcing a hockey team meets one segment of the population, but there's a whole youth movement, a whole women's sports movement, a whole women's basketball movement that's going on globally, and we want to be a part of that. We've invested 25 years in the ACC women's basketball tournament. We've done single women's basketball games. We do AAU, volleyball for ladies. We do basketball for ladies. This is our opportunity to sort of say, we do youth sports, we do college sports, and we want to do women's professional sports.
Love it. And what is great about this particular spot is you can get so close to these professional athletes.
I tell everybody that comes to events in the Novant Health Fieldhouse is that the fans absolutely love it. You are that close to a future NBA All-Star in those games, and you'll be that close to a future women's basketball professional. So the environment is exciting. The games are very cool in terms of the promotions and the giveaways, and they're going to do all that stuff. And the Zoyer Sports is our partner, and they're going to do it right.
Okay, we've been visiting you a lot recently here at the Greensboro complex. Any hints on what more things to come?
I don't think I've got any secret sauce to give you. Our next focus is we're really going to focus in on more bigger concerts and how do we attract those to Greensboro. There's some interesting dynamics going on in our country with concerts, and whether it's the NBA cities get all the big ones and the smaller cities don't, and how can OVG help with that?
Something else sweet about this league, you can help to name the new team. Go to theupshotgreensboro.com and submit your choice for a great name for this new professional team. While you're there, you can also make a deposit for season tickets. It's time to play ball. Welcome to Strike and Flame, Greensboro's first candle bar. Come here for a date night, a girls' night, or just for a little you time and make your very own scent. Tiffany, what do you like about candles?
I just love fragrance in general. You know, the fact that fragrance creates a memory. So it's like if you go somewhere, you know, it kind of hits you in the face and you're like, oh, it can take you back. It's nostalgic. That's kind of what I love about fragrance.
Yeah, you're so right. Do you have like a favorite scent or something that like you connect with a memory of childhood or something?
I actually think I do. It's always like snickerdoodle for me, or anything sweet. It just kind of reminds me of my grandma being in the kitchen and making pie and things like that. So it takes me back.
And did you have candles around the house growing up?
Absolutely. We always had a candle. But our candles then looked a little different. They were not like in a vessel. They were just kind of like the votive candles, the tall ones that stood alone. So those were all the candles that, but I don't know, I fell in love with them. And also like blowing out a candle on birthdays.
Birthdays, and I feel like when I was a kid, we would always fight over who got to blow out the candle, right?
Yes, that takes you back.
When did you make your first candle?
So I made my first candle in 2014. It was kind of personal for me. I burnt candles all the time. I always burnt a Bath & Body Works candle. And then one day I was changing out a filter. The filter was extremely dirty. And that got me to thinking, because I'm like, why is this so dirty? I know that I just moved here not so long ago. What's going on with this filter? And I did a little research, and regular candles are paraffin. Paraffin is derived from petroleum, so essentially it feels like you're just breathing in gasoline. And at that time, in 2014, my son was small, and I was health conscious. And I was like, I love candles, so how can I not give this up? So I started doing a little research on what type of candles, what type of candle wax I could find. And I found soy wax. And you could not purchase like soy wax candles in 2014, but I ended up finding a company that allowed me to make it. They were like, we can sell you the wax, but you're going to have to make your candle. So that's how it started.
Wow. Okay. And then how did it turn into a business?
So it was literally my hobby, a hobby that turned into a business. I had no plans on ever becoming a business owner. I don't even have a background in business. You know, that wasn't my dream at the time, but just my hobby, my love for candles. My family loved the candles that I was making. I was really practicing, and everyone loved them. I would give them out as gifts for the holidays, birthdays, and everyone's like, this is really good. Like, where did you get this candle? And I'm like, I made it. So eventually, it just kind of turned into a business around 2018.
And now you help other people do it for fun.
I do. I bring this experience to other people so they can just enjoy it. And it's not about just candles or purchasing a candle. It's about creating an experience.
Okay, we're going to create a little experience. Let's come over here because you have picked out some of the most popular scents. And what are they?
So we have sage and rosemary, which is going to give you a little bit of earthiness. And then in the middle, we have amber musk, and then we have lemon on the end. So a little citrus. The lemon is a neutralizer, and amber musk is just the all-time favorite.
So when you come in, if you want to create your own candle, you can pick up to 3 scents, right?
Correct. So we want you at the wall, and at the wall, you're going to really pick out 9 because we want you to narrow them down. We're going to help you. We actually have scent specialists here who are just going to kind of guide you through the experience. You're going to mix and match because things that you typically would think go together probably will not. So we want you to go through your clipboard and just kind of pan out what is going to go.
Okay, so we picked these 3, and now what's next? What do we do next?
All right, so next you're just going to line those up inside of your tray, and you're going to start to fill up the jigger with those 3 fragrances. We're just going to start with my favorite. My favorite is rosemary, so I'm just going to fill my jigger up. Yes, fill my jigger up halfway with the rosemary because I want that to be my base. All right. And then we're going to kind of come in with the amber musk and the lemon. All right, can you smell it? All right, so just give it a little mix.
Are these oils?
Yes, they are fragrance oils, synthetic fragrance oils that are phthalate free, so there are no harmful chemicals in them. So we're going to go ahead and come in with a little amber musk. And since rosemary is my favorite, I'm just going to top it off with rosemary. All right, so now we're going to the mix. All right. I love it.
What's next?
So next we're going to go pick out our vessel that we want to create the candle in. We're over here at Vessel Valley. Vessel Valley is where you get to choose what matches your personality or your home decor. So we're just going to go with clear today.
Okay.
All right. So we're just going to fill up. See?
All right, we have the wax.
All right, so now we're just going to pour our new mixture into our hot wax. I'm going to go quickly. Quick little dump. All right, we're just going to give this a little stir. All right, so now we're going to grab our vessel and we're just going to start to do a slow pour into the vessel. Okay. And we like to go slow so that we don't create any air bubbles or sinkholes in the wax. We always want our candles to burn evenly, straight across, so you can get the most of your wax.
Okay, so what do we do about the wicks?
So we have a little gadget that is going to stand the wicks up for us. All right, so now we're just going to place our wicks through the 2 outer holes on here and lock them in. And we're going to let this curate for 2 hours.
And then it's ready to go?
Yes, you can take it home. We have a new personalized candle that is a one-of-a-kind scent that was created by you.
You can even name it, right?
You can even name it, yes. That's the most fun part.
So much fun. Okay, so do people come in individually, as parties? Like, what do you do here?
We do it all. Some days you have people who come in who want to do a self-care day. They just want to kind of get away and get out. But then we also have the team building experiences where companies want to come in and give back to their employees. So it's a time for bonding. It's a good date night. My favorite part is seeing some of our customers come in. Like, let's say we'll have the younger crowd come in and they'll do it with their friends, but then 2 weeks later I'll see that same person come in, but now it's with their grandmother. So it's like, it's perfect for everyone. It's just a good time.
All right, once you get it home, any tips for burning the candles?
Absolutely. So we always suggest that you burn your candles no longer than 4 hours, 4-hour increments. And after you've burnt this wick, we all know what that looks like. It's kind of a burnt and a charred wick. What you want to do is always trim that little part down. Trim it down to about 1/4 of an inch.
With locations across the country, Red Crab now has a following and a home in Greensboro.
He is making the Red Crab Special number 2, which is the cluster snow crab, shrimp and sausage. It also comes with corn and potato. So we just sit here and wait till it cooks to perfection, and then we'll pour it into the bowl bag.
Greensboro is steamier these days.
The bowl bag, so it's seafood in a bag. Literally, we cook our food and then we pour it into the bowl bag. Then we cook up our sauce and we pour that sauce on top and we tie it up. We serve it on a platter to our customers.
Those bags are part of the secret to Red Crab's success.
Red Crab is a phenomenal place to be. It is a seafood concept. We do bowl bags, we do fried food. It's the best place to be in Greensboro as far as seafood is concerned.
Sabrina Benjamin has lived in Greensboro all her life and never ate too much seafood.
My mom was allergic to seafood, so we didn't have much seafood.
But when she tried it,
I liked it right away. Shrimp is still my favorite to this day.
When she heard a new seafood concept was coming to Greensboro, she knew she wanted to be part of it.
I definitely wanted to get my foot in the door. I actually applied as a hostess, and in 2 months I became a manager here.
She'd been in the restaurant business for years and was ready for a challenge.
I wanted to learn something new. I like a challenge, and it's definitely been a challenge. It's taught me new things, things I didn't even know about seafood.
What she learned was in Greensboro, seafood is a hit.
It worked. It worked. People enjoy it. People still come here, and our business is still growing. There you have it, guys. Perfection.
Okay, we've got special number 1 and special number 2, and it's time for lunch. Before we eat, let me tell you, there are 2 locations in Greensboro for Red Crab, one on Gate City Boulevard, one on Coon Boulevard at Pyramids Village, and you can check them out online and order online at redcrabseafood.com. Let's eat.
the general business portion of our agenda. Item H1 is a resolution to amend the interlocal joint cooperative agreement with Greensboro Guilford Home Consortium.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Ms. Candy. And that passes 9-0. Item H2 is a resolution approving $3,725,950. Second addendum for management and operations of transit services with RapDev USA, Inc. We do have a speaker on this item? We have a speaker on this item. Mr. Hartsman?
Madam Mayor, I would like to request that Mr. Mason speak after this, please. Thank you.
Runs the downtown trolley. Zach is about to vote to fund something DGI admits lobbying for, something that provides a financial benefit to DGI's members that is a direct conflict of interest. According to DGI's meeting minutes, the city had put forth funding for a trolley system to connect the universities to downtown. In its January 30th report, which you all, I assume, have seen and read, DGI stated it, quote, continues to support the addition of the hopper trolley and strongly encourages the city to add service during the colder months. They go on to say, we work closely with Greensboro Department of Transportation as the hopper trolley continues to expand its service and enhance its impact on the downtown area. The DGI is actively lobbying for a service that directly benefits its own members, downtown businesses, and property owners. Mr. Matheny voted for a $325,000 downtown transportation study, then a $1.4 million change order to fund the downtown trolley service, which directly benefits him. The language of that resolution made it crystal clear, quote, the downtown trolley service is specifically designed to enhance mobility and accessibility within the downtown area, directly benefiting businesses and property owners that DGI represents, close quote. I didn't say it. The resolution did. Under North Carolina law, public officials are prohibited from voting on matters in which they have a financial interest, yet Matheny, as both a council member and DGI CEO, voted to funnel city money into a project DGI lobbied for. I am formally calling on Council Member Zach Matheny to recuse himself from all future discussions and votes related to the hopper trolley, DGI's funding, or any project DGI lobbies for, which includes buying meals and giving gifts to council members and city staff.
Madam Mayor,
So-
Sharon, do you mind if I say something real quick?
Yeah. go
I'm
ahead.
actually going to. Can anybody in this room ever think of a time that I have said one word about the hopper trolley?
No, 'cause you-
Go find it, because that was not my idea.
Nope.
I've never said a word about it,
Nope.
and I hate to say it, but I've never even written it. So
Yeah.
That couldn't be farther from the truth.
You don't want a free trolley ride?
I mean, I guess maybe I need to get on it now, but nobody can say I've ever said a word about the Hopper Trolley.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yeah, Hopper Trolley started as a participatory budgeting idea from community.
It was.
That's where it was.
It was a
Citywide
yes.
participatory budgeting vote idea that came out of participatory budgeting, where community said, okay, let's get a way to get our university students into downtown. And
all five districts voted for it.
All 5 districts voted for it. So, Mr. Mason, who is our transit director, can you just briefly speak to this quick item so we can vote? And you know, it's an item that I think is well worth what we're doing tonight. It's not about the Hopper Trolley, though, but you are over the Hopper Trolley, and you are making sure that all of it operates smoothly.
Ma'am.
So thank you for that. For your
Good
work.
evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is item that we're here to discuss is a change order to the contract with RATP Dev, and we're coming here with a change order because we've actually increased our services. Yeah, as mentioned, the Hopper Trolley, we still have it in service. We have the Crossmax Purple, which is our first crosstown route, and also Route 15, which we ran hourly service on that particular route Monday through Friday and did not have weekend service. Now we run that bus route every 30 minutes with weekend service. So the contract rates have increased because we're providing more service to the public. We're connecting more areas of the community. Hopper Trolley is only operating during spring and summer months. We don't operate during the winter months. But it's still a valuable service, and we run from downtown to Cone Hospital to the State Street area to Revolution Mill. So that's what the trolley does. But we talk about connecting university students. The Crossmax is what really connects the university students to our downtown area and to all 3 universities that we on that particular line. So that's why I'm here to talk about and request approval for this change order so we can continue to connect the communities and improve our transit here in the city of Greensboro.
Mr. Mason, if you could, I feel like the public also needs to understand by the creation of these fixed routes, can you talk about what this has been able to provide for some of our community as it relates to job access?
So for the Crossmax Purple, when it went into service, going from east to west with 15-minute service, we're able to connect our customers to 55,000 more jobs in the community, which is huge for us. That's why I'll be coming back later to council to discuss the Go Borough plan, which we're going to ask for more frequent service. But right now, what Mr. Davis, City Manager Davis, has talked about, the Crossmax Purple is connecting folks to jobs. It's giving them to doctor's appointments, to jobs, to friends and neighbors, and not taking the old system that we had, an hour and a half to get across Greensboro, when it takes us less than 45 minutes to do it today.
That's right. So. And Mr. Mason, with Crossmax Purple, is it your biggest? You've seen your greatest increase in ridership?
The Crossmax Purple is our highest ridership route. We've seen, since the route has been in service since March of 2024, we've seen a 60% increase in ridership on that particular route. When you combine the 2 routes that we had, the Route 10 and I think I'm not sure the other route, but we combined 2 routes into one, the 73.
Oh, yeah, 73.
We combined 2 routes into one, and we've seen a 60% increase in ridership, and we've seen that ridership because of the frequent service, the 15-minute service, and that's 7 days a week.
Wow.
So that's why we've seen such an increase in ridership on that particular bus route.
Thank you. Great. It's great. So thank you for that. Can't wait for you get the Crossmax orange.
Crossmax on, yes, ma'am. Hopefully towards the end of the year, once we get more buses in, we'll be looking to start that route.
And this is a service that we have been asking about for years and years and years. And so it was really nice to see it put into action, and that it was really successful, maybe more so than we initially thought it would be. So I'm really excited about the orange route coming online.
Yeah. And I'm really excited, and you said it, that 15-minute interval. Prior to that, it was kind of hit or miss, so to speak. You know, you couldn't really count on it, but now with that consistency in place, you're going to have even more and more. And then with the future plans, I'm excited about connecting people to their jobs and to everything else that they need to get to, back and forth consistently. Thank you.
Transit's going to really be the way to go here in the future, that we're all going to be able to ride it and get to all kinds of jobs.
Yes, ma'am. That's the plan.
Yes, sir. So thank you for your service, and I'd like to move the item unless somebody else wants to disagree.
All right, so was there a motion and a second? I'm sorry. Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
That's 15. They're rolling. Yeah.
And that passes 9-0. We voted on H3, so H4 and H5 will be taken together. H4 is a resolution authorizing the disposition of the Davie Street parking deck property and authorizing property transfer to BSC Holdings, Inc. And item H5, resolution authorizing the disposition of the Belmead Street parking deck property and authorizing property transfer to Carroll Company through its wholly owned affiliate Parkside Capital. We do have two speakers on this item.
And Madam, after the two speakers, because I have a question as well
Okay.
about that.
Well, go ahead and ask your question.
Before we have the speakers, before we do H4 and H5, if we can get an update from the staff, just from a transparency standpoint, how we got to this process, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Who'd like to take that?
Thank you, Councilwoman Pender. As it relates to, you had a presentation last week, but just to give a deeper understanding of how we arrived at the two agreements that you're about to vote on, pursuant to Charter Section 4-124, if council determines that the public interest of the city will be best served by the recombination of such property with other adjacent property, council may privately sell the property to an abutting property owner at fair market value. The value is determined on the basis of a competent and disinterested appraisal. The charter is an alternative to the public bid statute, and no public bid process is required. As it relates to the ones that we're talking about tonight, if we recombine the lots involving Belmead and the Davie decks to abutting properties, such as you are noted in these items, it creates larger lots that can sustain larger and more valuable developments. Also, more valuable developments generate a larger tax base for the city. Currently, both are generating zero tax revenue and costing the city a significant amount in necessary repairs.
Or demolition. Yeah. Did that answer your question?
It did, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we understood the process and how we got to this point. So thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Is Mr. Hicks on Zoom?
Good evening, council members. Again, it's nice to hear from Council Member Pender outside of that vote to support the allegations surrounding Samet. I didn't know that she was in the room. So my name is Jason Hicks, and I'm here tonight to express deep concern shared by many in our community regarding the proposed demolition of downtown parking decks. I think it was in 2023, there was a parking study and then a public meeting around that parking study that was paid for by tax dollars that said that there is no parking shortage in downtown Greensboro. The data was clear, the conclusion was firm, and the message to the public was simple. parking is not a problem. You know, this isn't Walmart. You can't park in front of the door and jump right out, but there wasn't a parking issue. But yet here we are facing a decision that defies both the study and common sense. Instead of building on the data and investing in smart, forward-thinking development, you all seem determined to create a parking problem by removing 2 critical decks. It's asinine, but, you know, it was clear that from the engineering report that the top level was the only thing that needed to be removed from Bellamede instead of tearing down the whole deck, only to essentially give it to Roy Carroll, who is not the only adjacent property owner, and I would say the same thing for the Davy deck. Mr. Siegel is not the only adjacent property owner. So destroying parking infrastructure without clear alternatives will have a negative impact on downtown, even if it is good for DGI and Mr. Matheny's pockets. If the goal is to reimagine downtown, I'd welcome that conversation, but not at the expense of basic infrastructure people rely on every day. You know, I spoke to some folks from the Piedmont building tonight who are desperately going to need parking in the tune of about 90 to 100 spaces for their tenants. And I'm curious what Mr. Siegel and what the city's plan is for that. Likely nothing, because there's a lot being done without any kind of planning, just a lot of slogans put out. So, you know, we need development for sure. But we also need transparency.
30 seconds.
And we need some data-driven decisions. And, you know, we need some respect for the public. And I think it's time to hit pause on a lot of this stuff, and we really need to revisit planning and engage the community in a meaningful way, not just checking boxes for developers. Appreciate the time. I'll see you soon.
So let me just add before Mr. Hartzman speaks that Mr. Hicks was 100% wrong. It was not just the top level of the parking deck. It was the entire parking deck. It was in jeopardy of collapsing in the near future. Davie Street has similar issues with the parking deck. It has been widely reported on. We have engineering studies. It had to do with the way cement was cured a few decades ago, and that structures that were built in the same way are having issues throughout
Another
the
law.
country. And actually, Mrs. Thurm brought this to our attention after the condominium collapse in Florida. She suggested that we go out and that we inspect all of our buildings to make sure that they were structurally sound. And engineering decided that those 2 parking decks were in jeopardy. We tried repairing them. There was rebar added, there was additional concrete that was added, and almost immediately those repairs started to fail. Therefore, we were forced to take that parking deck down. Believe me, we didn't want to take the parking deck down. There were over 600 spaces that were being used every day that were generating revenue for us. But because it was a public safety issue, we took the prudent approach of demoing that deck. Well, and that's true. As they started the demolition, the building actually started collapsing quicker than they thought that it would, that it was not part of the demolition. It was just the beginning, the building was beginning to fall. So I'm glad I could set the record straight again. Do we have any questions, or do we have a motion? We are on item H4, which is the Davie Street.
I think I got to go. Ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hartzman. How could we forget?
Thank you. I found my pen. George Hartzman. The Davie Street parking deck deal doesn't include demolition. Yet taxpayers are paying for the Bellamede giveaway to Carroll. Barry Siegel, who is BSC Holdings, which should have been disclosed, has to pay for his own demolition, why isn't Roy Carroll doing the same? Has anyone even asked? Well, I'm asking. These deals involve no-bid contracts awarded to major political donors of city council members when public resources are handed out behind closed doors without competition. It sends a message that influence, not merit, determines who benefits from taxpayer dollars. Please recall that the AC Hotel parking deck for Carroll's new project was also paid for by taxpayers. And now we're doing it again. You gave him the end of Lindsay Street. You put water and sewer out to the public's warehouse for him. And there's more, but I don't remember them. Zach Matheny is never registered as a lobbyist, yet DGI actively shapes policy to benefit his clients and political donors. DGI has paid for meals with public officials who later voted to approve Carroll's projects. In 2022, Roy Carroll donated $5,000 to Matheny's campaign. Since then, Carroll has received about the same amount of taxpayer-funded money back from DGI. One was a facade grant. The rest were meals, I believe, charged to Zach's credit card, taxpayer-funded credit card. Matheny's continued participation in these votes violates the spirit and the letter of the law. It's time for transparency. It's time for accountability. It's time for Zach to recuse himself. I call for Zach Matheny to immediately recuse himself from all votes involving Roy Carroll, the Carroll companies, and any downtown property transactions, especially the proposed transfer of Belmead property to Carroll's company. The conflict of interest are glaring and undeniable. It is a direct conflict of interest. Roy Carroll has an employee who sits on DGI's board, and Matheny, as DGI's president, answers to Carroll's interests. He's lobbying the city. You're letting him do it.
So one important difference is that the parking deck, which is over by the ballpark, we own, we operate, and we get all the revenue from it. That is our parking deck. We did look at controlling the parking on Belmead to try to recoup some of those spaces for the employees downtown and for Tanger. But when we looked at the numbers, when we made the data-driven decision to do the deal this way, we realized that if we had to pave the parking lot, maintain the parking lot, man the parking lot, that it would cost us more than it would if Mr. Carroll paves the parking lot and manages the parking. If we had done that, it would have cost us over $800,000 more. So I hope that clears up some things. Do we have a motion on? So I do have a motion. You can ask your question. Motion from Mrs. Hoffman. Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Holston?
Yes, on the Davie Street property, that is, there's no cash changing hands. That's simply that we're giving, in a sense, we're valuing the property at 1.4, 1.5 million, and we're estimating that the cost of demolition is the same. What kind of guarantees do we have that those numbers are going to even out? Do we have any guarantees at all?
We have estimates and appraisals.
We have multiple ones?
That demo doesn't include site work or anything else. That's just demo.
Okay. And it's our statute, that our city charter, that allows us to do this kind of transaction without cash changing hands, assuming that we have those estimates in place on the front end, the back end.
The charter requires fair market value. In this case, the expense that the city would have had with regard to the demolition is equivalent to the fair market value. That does not include the property going back on the tax roll.
Right. I'd look at the Davie Street H4, and I see that there's some additional verbiage in here regarding the reconstruction and the time frame. Looks like up to 3 extensions for demolitions, and then an investment at least $12 million with development within 30 months of closing. Is that what I'm hearing? So within 30 months, something else is going to be back in its place.
That's correct. There are some qualifiers in there, but the intent of the timeline is to make sure that we can move forward with the demolition as is needed. And then, of course, the developer is certainly eager to move forward as quickly as possible, and those timelines help us assist with that. But essentially, they are extending residential off of the residential that they already have that abuts this deck.
Right. So in that case, you know, the question of transparency can come up. We just need to make sure that we have, that those estimates are solid, that someone's not going to be able to demolish it for, you know, $400,000 and they've gotten off like a fat rat.
The estimate that the city received is that amount.
Okay.
And that's what it would have cost the city.
Okay. And then on H5, I understand that there's some cash changing hands and that there's going to be a surface parking lot put in place. I don't see any verbiage about timeframes of what's coming up next. Is there a reason why that's not included?
That should
Does
be
it
a
say
time
5 years?
frame.
Did I miss it?
There's a time frame with regard to submitting plans, post usage for parking. So there is the paved parking that is referenced, and then beyond that, there is a time frame in which plans will be submitted for what would be developed.
It says a parking lot to operate for at least 5 years, and then after that,
The next paragraph indicates within 5 years from closing date. Under the agreement, there will be a private capital investment of $50 million. In excess
with
of
no
$50
time
million.
frame though.
It indicates within 5 years.
I must be missing that. I see 1 to 5 years for the parking lot. I don't see a 5 years for the $50 million. Is that what I'm getting?
It is not 5 years for the $50 million. It's 5 years for the parking lot, and then plans would be submitted with reference to how it will be developed for the $50 million.
All right. Is there a reason why we didn't have a time frame for the $50 million?
Because in that particular case, at that time, depending on what is planned, it could be contingent on the market and how quickly they could move to construction. But there is certainly a motivation to do so, as they will have that lot and they will be paying property taxes on it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, could I just clear up something? You did a great job talking about the data-driven decision. I would just like to add 2 things. From a community decision also, community impact, to reiterate that part of that deck did pancake. We made a community-minded decision, and city staff did, and I fought back on it. I pushed back, wanted to save the deck because it was built for the 2 towers, but staff made the right decision. The second thing is in relation to the Piedmont building, the broker leasing agent has been in touch with me, and I put them in touch with our parking folks. Honestly, a lot of the parking rentals per month in the former Davie Street deck, or this deck that we're talking about, most of them don't want to park in that deck anymore because of its shape, and have already moved to the new parking structure just south of Market Street already. And so they have been taken care of, and we have communicated with them. The city has communicated with them, and I do recognize, and Mr. Hicks was correct, it's about 100 spaces that they asked for, and they have been taken care of.
That's an awful deck. That's an awful deck. So we do have a motion and a second on H4. Council, please vote.
Councilmember Pender, are you a yes or a no?
Ms. Pender, what is your vote? And that passes 9-0. Item H5.
Move the item.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We now move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. Item I1 is a public hearing to receive public comment on the recommended fiscal year 2025-2026 annual budget. We do have a few speakers signed up for this item. We have George Hartzman, Felita Donnell, Jason Hicks, and David Kraft.
George Hartzman. Since 2015-16, the city's budget will have grown by $340 million per year, every year. It's 70% more, while the workforce only grew by 2.5%. That means the average cost per employee more than doubled from $52,000 to over $106,000 per year per employee, while inflation rose less than 30%. It's not fairness, it's fiscal negligence. And now we're being asked to accept more of the same. Taxpayer money is being misused. DGI keeps receiving public money despite illegal lobbying, self-dealing, and lavish perks for insiders, while small businesses and residents are left out. That's not economic development, it's cronyism. This budget rewards corruption. Zach Matheny, DGI's president and sitting council member, should recuse himself from any vote benefiting DGI, which last year he did 1, but not 2 on the tax rate. Their ledger shows over $40,000 in spending on perks, haunted house tickets, oyster roast tickets, Swarm, Tanger, Grasshoppers, and Wyndham events. Then there's meals with city officials, nonprofit leaders, and Matheny political donors at Green Valley Grill, B. Christopher's, Pure Vita, Natty Greens, Undercurrent, Lucky 32, Printworks, Sushi Republic, Positano, Inca Grill, and more. All on the public's dime. We're paying for it. If this is what DGI is doing with public money, the chances that this budget is stuffed with waste are astronomical. This council has lost its moral compass. Greensboro doesn't need more backroom deals. We need accountability. I call on council to freeze all DGI funding until a full forensic audit is completed, restore public trust, and vote no on this budget until the corruption and overconsumption is addressed. How is it possible that you can have season tickets to Tanger and all these different things, and there's no list of who got the tickets? Who got the tickets? Who'd you give them to? Either Zach gave them away. Did you all get tickets to stuff? Did you? Sharon. You realize it's illegal lobbying. You're taking taxpayer-funded money. You're taking gifts from a lobbyist. Oh,
Hello. Good evening. My name, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff, and audience members. My name is Falletta Donnell. I live in District 3, and I'm the chair of the Greensboro Public Library Board of Trustees. I'm not here tonight to express dissatisfaction with leaf collection, downtown parking, property tax, or zoning, or anything of the sorts. I'm here to express gratitude for libraries and to say thank you to you. Libraries are places where everyone can visit for free, whether they live in Greensboro proper or Guilford County. Whether to check out a book, access a computer, search for a job, or get assistance with starting a business, etc. Libraries are an important investment in the future of the city. We understand that budgets are lean, and you, as well as all city departments, must make unpopular decisions. On behalf of the board, I want to let you know we're grateful and appreciate your support of GPL. We look forward to the opening of the Windsor-Chavis NOCO complex in 2027 and all it will encompass. Again, thank you for your continued support.
Good evening. My name is David Kraft. I live at 807 Simpson Street. I appreciate your service and your time, and I will be pertinent. I just wanted to speak a little bit about the budget. I'm disappointed that rec center and library hours are going to get cut, and it's easy to come up here and complain about that. So I'd like to just give you an idea of how we could maybe find some money to address that and other more important needs in the city. In the early 90s, I served on the Human Relations Commissions with Dina Hayes, quite a long time ago. And there was this thing called the Commission on the Status of Women. And back then, I kind of thought, well, there's a Commission on the Status of Women and there's a Human Relations Commission. Okay. But I just kind of wondered about that. Two commissions with budgets. And as Mr. Holston thoroughly pointed out, men have significant issues too. So why not make the Commission on the Status of Women a committee under the Human Relations Commission, save some of that money, address those issues jointly under the Human Relations Commission, and use those savings to retain some other services, expand housing, which we all know is a big priority, and make downtown safer. You know, it's a matter about picking priorities and being more efficient and not necessarily doing things the way we've always done them. You know, in my lifetime, I've watched parking decks go up and parking decks go down. Didn't watch the King Cotton go up, but I watched it come down. That was pretty fascinating for an 8-year-old kid. So my point is not to pick on the Commission for the Status of Women, but let's look at our resources, our needs, our priorities, and efficiencies, and to say that the issues of men and women can be handled together. And lastly, on an unrelated note, I just want to point out that I work with Parks and Rec a lot, and Phil Flashman, who's not here, he is one of the best people I've ever worked with in city government. Well, and sitting right here, but he looked like he ducked out for a while, but he came back. When I started working with you, you didn't have any gray hair. You You are a kid from Ashboro who graduated from UNCG, and you and I have had a great run together. We didn't always agree, but we always got along, and I have always loved working with you and seeing you when you showed up. So I appreciate you, Chris Wilson. And that's a positive note, so I'm going to end on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to say
Yeah.
something. So, Mr. Kraft, thank you so much. You know, it's really nice to hear a few nice words, and Ms. Donnell as well. I did want to clarify, though, the Commission on the Status of Women is under the Human Rights Department, so it doesn't have its own budget per se. They have small amount for events that they have, but I'm their council liaison, so it's very small of what they have, and it's only for a few amenities here and there, lunch and things like that. So they don't really have a budget that could be taken away from them and put back into the Human Rights Department. So I just wanted to clarify that. You may not have known that, and I just wanted to say that was what goes on. Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Hicks is on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here. So I'll be real quick. Good evening again. It's been a long night, but we're still here. We're going to keep this up. So I'm going to say 2023 Partners Club sponsorship, $5,000. Courtside season tickets to the Greensboro Swarm, $5,642.12. Greensboro Grasshoppers. I think this one was probably a lot of alcohol, but $431.99. Undercurrent Restaurant, co-owned by Rob Overman. Undercurrent Restaurant, co-owned by Rob Overman, $672.13. Probably a lot of alcohol in that one, too. This is a big alcohol one, I bet. Greensboro Grasshoppers, $648.94. Let's see. The quarter, initial launch of the quarter. You know, the quarter is a bar, so $242.61. Tanger Center tickets, $3,723.44. Let's see. Plastino in Raleigh Carol meeting, $1,762.96. Brazil and etc. over at B. Christopher's. The very also included in that is Eric Chilton, who I know is sitting there managing the crisis allegedly for that bill was $456.10. And then we've got one, economic planning over at the Grasshoppers for $422.41. These are all self-reported expenses from DGI. So as we're looking at this budget, I know you've got a contract, but hopefully being that Chuck Watts said that DGI may disqualify themselves during that RFP process, maybe we can go back and void that contract and not give them any more money out of this upcoming budget. And I'd also like to clarify, I had a conversation with IRC. Those over $3,000 worth of tickets were prior to the partnership with the IRC that DGI spent over $3,000 on bus tickets. So we're talking about, wasteful spending in the budget. I would submit that DGI is where a lot of that waste is going. Thanks for the opportunity to continue to engage tonight.
Okay, those are all the speakers we have on the budget. I don't think we need to take any action on this item. It was just to receive comment. We will read item I-2 and I-3 into the record together. They will be voted on separately. Item I-2 is a resolution requesting to remove property parcel 447 from Business Improvement District bid, and I-3 resolution requesting to remove property parcel 344, 351, 471, 470, 469, 467, and 466 from the Business Improvement District bid. We do have a number of speakers on this item. The proponents for removal, the first two speakers will be Eric Robert and Sidney Gray. They have 5 minutes apiece. The remaining speakers are Dina Hayes Green, Monica Walker, Jason Hicks, and George Hartzman. You can arrange yourselves in any order, and you each get 3 minutes.
Yes, that would be free. Okay, yeah, I want to start at the beginning. Yeah, don't show it. Okay, right there. Okay. Right there. Cool. That's it. And then what do I do? Can I just use these?
You can use the space bar or the arrow.
The space bar will move it down?
We'll move it forward.
Okay. Cool.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. After all we know, I'm sure that we can all feel the irony of me standing here in front of you, asking
You do need to give us your name for the record.
Oh, Eric Robert. Okay, can we start my time over, please? Thank you. So knowing what we know, I'm certain we can all appreciate the irony of me standing here, asserting my rights and pleading for justice from you. That in itself is comical. But yet I'm here tonight, and I'm going to follow the rules, and I'm going to try and do the impossible. I'm going to try and convince you to keep an open mind, and harder yet, I'm here tonight to try to convince you to do the right thing. I'm here to assert my right under North Carolina General Statute 160A 538, which allows a property owner to request removal from a municipal service district when the promised services are not needed or provided. This law was written to stop MSD from becoming tools of exclusion, retaliation, or political control, and yet that's exactly what this district has become, under the leadership of the man whose name I cannot mention, but you may recognize him, is small, portly, and red in the face. Before we go on, I believe it is important for me to actually reintroduce myself to you. So let's walk through the facts, and let me tell you a story. My name is Eric Robert, and I have invested millions of dollars in our downtown. I have successfully renovated 3 large commercial blighted properties. This is the one at 120 West Lewis Street. I think you may know it as Boxcar now. This is the one at 816 South Elm Street, which needed love, and love it got, which is now a valuable part of the community that it serves. And this is the building we're talking about, 603 South Elm. I believe some of you took plenty of selfies in front of it when you did the ribbon cutting. But before I can tell you what I'm complaining about, I think it's really important to go back to the beginning. And in the beginning, a group of downtown property owners got together and decided that downtown needed extra services. So they got together, they created an MSD, and they taxed themselves. Then they hired the Bud Group, and at the time the Bud Group was to remove snow and ice, clean the sidewalk, remove graffitis, hang the flower baskets, and so on. You fast forward to today, and DGI's core competencies, according to their website, is public safety, public space management, economic development, and downtown ambassadors. And as you well know, I've been requesting public records for years, and even though Chuck Watts said, we don't have them, you'll never get them, it's a non-profit, I found my request for removal, and magically all of these records appeared. And I got dumped on like something crazy. But thank you very much, because now I do have the records, and I know that you have them, and that Chuck Watts had been lying all along. That being said, public safety, this is coming from DGI's Excel spreadsheet. They spent $215. Public space management, $3,273. Downtown ambassadors, that program, and it's probably the best program, that program cost DGI $224,000, but the city pays $195,000. I need to go back. And then we got economic development, and that's the part that I want to look at you all with a straight face. And I want to talk about this, and I want you to tell me how this helps my property at 603 South Elm, right? Floor tickets to the Swarms, $5,000 to the Wyndham Championship, tango tickets, $1,700 with a meeting with Roy Carroll, and then the two famous lunches in Jackson Hole, Wyoming with Zimmerman. But the biggest number of all that you need to look at is this one. And that number is what DGI actually spends on itself. Now, according to that same spreadsheet, the revenue is $977,000, and DGI spends $665 on itself, between salaries, rent, payroll taxes, others, travel, dues, and subscription. Do you realize how large a percentage of the total budget that is? And you realize these numbers, as you can look at them from the Excel spreadsheet, they were directly pulled out of there. So anyway, how did we get here? I've been trying to talk, none of you have actually asked me a question. None of you are like, is there something we can do? How can we help? Instead, you all legally spoke among yourself and already decided that you weren't going to let me out. And that I don't think is really fair, because there are some issues. And if you thought everything was so well, you wouldn't be afraid that people may leave. You would want to make sure that we stay and we help grow like I have in the past. Thank you.
Mr. Gray?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Sidney Gray, 300 South Elm Street, and I am before you today to share my thoughts for my request to be removed from the Municipal Service District. Because I have been limited to 5 minutes, I am showing on the screen the details for my removal of my properties from the Municipal Service District for anyone who wants to read and fully understand my presentation. I am not receiving any additional services not already provided by my property taxes. My properties are not in need of the services, facilities, or functions of the district to a greater extent than the remainder of the city. My request is not directed toward any individual or organization. I want to emphasize, as I said on May 6th, that I speak only for myself and the properties that my partner wife own and the LLCs that we are the named members and managers. Conversely, I want to say that no other people speak for us, even though we may disagree or agree with parts of their entire presentation today or at other times. On May 12, 2025, I requested from downtown Greensboro an accounting of expenditures and minutes of how the municipal service district money is spent. I have not received a response as to how the bid money is allocated. Pages 5 through 18 will be on the screen. I want to ask for parental discretion advised for some of the photographs that you might find offensive. So, there. This is in the alleyway of 300 South Elm, or next to the Biltmore Hotel. The graffiti and the feces. More graffiti. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I don't know what order you would like to speak in, and Mr. Hicks has also signed up to speak, so.
George Hartzman. Inclusion in the bid means mandatory extra taxes imposed with little to no oversight from the public of the city. DGI claims to support downtown growth, but in practice, it supports a small group of insiders benefiting political allies, developers, and preferred businesses, not the broader property-owning community. That's not shared prosperity. It's targeted favoritism. If DGI's services were truly valuable, they wouldn't need to be forced. Instead, they extract money from property owners without offering transparency, fairness, or accountability. Now we've seen how DGI spends taxpayer money. Should these property owners continue paying into a system riddled with conflict, questionable spending, and opaque priorities? The property owners have made a clear request to exit this system. They don't believe belonging within the service district is helping their business, their tenants, or their bottom line. And they should be forced to subsidize, they shouldn't be forced to subsidize a politically connected nonprofit that provides no measurable value in return. This is about fairness, property rights, and fiscal responsibility. But these parcels opt out of a system that doesn't serve them. This is an amazing waste of time. From my last interaction, I'm at a loss to figure out. I mean, the city attorney's accepted gifts from Zach. How many of you have received benefits from Zach Matheny? They're taxpayer paid for benefits. It's coming out of my pocket. It's coming out of everyone's pockets. You can't buy, what, a couple of thousand tickets? 1,000 tickets? And not have any account of where they went or who got the benefit from them. It's taxpayer money. If you get to go to a Greensboro Grasshoppers game on DGI, you're spending taxpayer money. If he buys you lunch, it's taxpayer money.
Good evening again, Mayor Vaughn, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Dina Hayes Green, and I am the co-founder of the Girl Street Neighborhood Association. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Sidney Gray and Eric Robert's request to withdraw from the Downtown Municipal Services District. I've observed, at least in one of these cases, what it feels like to receive disparate treatment, and that raises serious concerns. I deeply respect and support our first responders. I pray for the safety of the personnel at engine number 4, which is right around the corner from my house, every time I hear sirens, and that's multiple times a day. But I also worry when I see those same trusted professionals used in ways that feel more like enforcement against citizens and businesses rather than in service to them. Mr. Robert's businesses are incredible spaces. They're welcoming hubs for artists, for culture, for community, for entertainment, and yet I've witnessed troubling incidents. Fire department visits seemingly meant to scrutinize rather than support. Law enforcement officers entering a venue mid-performance, dressed in tactical gear, demanding access to liquor inventory, and going behind the bar, all the while a peaceful jazz performance was underway. The patrons that night were a diverse and respectful group, and we arranged to meet with the chief about what we experienced. He was very cooperative. We later learned that these types of inspections, when they do occur, are supposed to be routine, non-disruptive, and typically conducted by plainclothes staff with a clipboard, not officers in tactical gear. This doesn't feel routine. It feels targeted. Someone's giving someone orders. I hope you will support their request to withdraw from the MSD. If you don't like them, if you don't want to serve them, then don't make them stay. Holding them hostage isn't fair. But more importantly, that this is an opportunity to become a turning point. This is not just a vote about the two property owners, but a conversation about the kind of city we're building, who we're building it for, and how we choose to build it. I'd like to say also that the International Civil Rights Center and Museum just isn't mentioned. You know, that there's no money spent there, no tickets, no bringing people there. And it's a major attraction from people all over this country to come to downtown Greensboro and should be lifted up. And it's another one that gets excluded. So if people want out, and if you don't like them, let them out and don't make them pay for services they're not getting. It's not right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and members of the council. My name is Monica Walker. I live in the Gold Street neighborhood, and I serve as the president of the Gold Street Neighborhood Association. A little over 2 years ago, maybe closer even to 3, a small group of us came before this council with a proposal to establish a municipal service district on the south side of Gate City Boulevard. Our goal was clear: to encourage economic investment, catalyze revitalization, and restore the vibrancy of Southeast Greensboro through intentional and inclusive development. Our request was born out of necessity and vision. We understood then, as we do now, that without proactive planning and advocacy for our neighborhood, no meaningful development would come. Despite being adjacent to downtown, our community is separated by a clear, though invisible, line of disinvestment. This divide has left Southeast Greensboro without the support and resources that other areas of the city receive. In that same spirit of that collective action, we also established the Unified Neighborhood Council of Southeast Greensboro, bringing together 7 neighborhood associations: Gold Street, Old Ashboro, Arlington Park, Ashboro Square, L. Richardson, Neighbors United, and Benbow Park. All are located south of Gate City Boulevard and east of Merle Boulevard. Unfortunately, any business that falls within this boundary continues to face the same challenges as our residents: bias, neglect, and inequity. Properties owned by Sidney Gray and Eric Robert are just 2 examples of this pattern. They have endured the same disregard that has long defined the experience of our neighborhoods. Tonight, I stand with them. I mention our neighborhood associations, but I don't speak for all of them. But I'm here tonight to support their request and to affirm that their fight is our fight. Their challenges reflect the broader injustices that too often go unaddressed in Southeast Greensboro. I'm reminded there is a pastor who was actually the predecessor to Dr. Martin Luther King. His name was Dr. Vernon John, and if you ever look him up, there's a wonderful movie you should watch. And one of the things he said, and it stands true here tonight in support of Sidney and Eric Robert, and he said, if you see a good fight, get in it. And one of the reasons I'm here tonight, because Eric in particular has supported the fight of our community, our neighborhood, and done everything he could as a business owner to elevate, to lift up, and to promote and advocate for us. And so tonight, as I ditto everything that Dina Hayes Green has said, that again, if you are not going to give the support to these 2 gentlemen and their businesses in the way that they deserve, let them go. Thank you.
Is Mr. Hicks on Zoom?
Hello again, Council. Jason Hicks here again tonight. I want to speak in full support of Eric Robert and Mr. Sidney Gray's request to be removed from the municipal service district. This is a challenge to a system that operates without consent, without representation, and without accountability. I'd say these gentlemen were placed in a bid in the MSD with no voice and no vote, yet expected to fund an operation that doesn't reflect their interests and has never respected their input. The MSD was originally pitched as a tool for collaboration and improvement, a great thing. But what we now have is a system where control is concentrated in the hands of someone with influence both inside this chamber and behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, in fact, directing public dollars without public accountability. And that leaves people with no voice and no choice and no way out. Then there's the money. Over $900,000 in administrative costs. That's overwhelming. Between the ballooning overhead and the lavish lifestyle, insider lifestyle, that seems to orbit around this district and the person and peoples that manage it, it's hard not to look at this and think this is starting to look like an episode of Ballers. But this isn't HBO or Netflix. This is Greensboro. Tax dollars. This is public money. And people like Eric are being forced to bankroll a system that doesn't serve them. This, in effect, is taxation without representation. It violates every principle this council claims to stand for: equity, transparency, and community trust. I'll close by reminding you and encouraging you to, again, follow the county's lead and look at why the county no longer funds DGI. I'd encourage you to ask why. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have two speakers who are in opposition of the removal. Former Mayor Keith Holliday. Keith, it is so nice to see you back in the House. And Stu Nichols. I would like council to note there are also 3 letters that we've received in the last couple of days from people expressing support for keeping the bid intact. That includes the Servants Center, Youth First, and one of Mr. Gray's tenants who has said, as a small business owner in the city, I can say without certainty that the bid program and people who run it are vital to our day-to-day operations. Their absence would be a serious detriment to our business. But you can review these letters. I made sure that you each had them. Keith and Mr. Nichols. Yes. You each have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Glad this is a pretty boring night. It was never boring when I was sitting up there. No, I'm not going to make a political announcement about November, so you don't have to worry about that either. My name is Keith Holliday. I live at 3408 North Line Avenue. Full disclosure, I do work part-time for DGI since 2019. I thought it would be a good idea, since I think I'm probably the only guy in the room other than Larry over there that was around in 1996, 97 when we established DGI. A little history lesson. Well, before I do, one more disclosure. What I do there for them, I raise money. I'm the fundraiser. We didn't have a fundraiser at DGI before 2019, and I raise over 40% of the annual budget. Now, keep that in mind, over 40%. And what do we do with a lot of that? We put on a lot of festivals and a lot of things to bring people downtown, including the Fun 4 Festival that's coming up. I hope you guys will be there, 4th of July. The Festival Lights, we're right in the middle of a beach music series. We do Winterfest ice skating, holiday parade, the Jingle Jog, a 5K run. Also raise for annual funds, unrestricted annual funds. Very much needed for a lot of nonprofits. That's what I do, over 40%. That's my disclosure. Now, going back to, oh boy, running out of time. Never been slow on talking.
back in 1996, downtown was dead, and I mean dead. You could lay on the street in South Elm Street for 5 minutes, and you wouldn't have to worry about getting run over. We saw the handwriting on the wall, though, as far as downtown's coming back on a national level and a local level. And what happened was when people needed services, whether it was security, law enforcement, whether it was picking up your trash 1 day a week, by the way, whether it was having to do with transportation, it was willy-nilly, and there was not a cohesive amount of effort to make it work. So the idea of coming up with a central clearinghouse was a model that was being used around the country. Therefore, we came up with the idea of this nonprofit to create a cohesive effort to give fair treatment to everybody, which included 5 days a week of picking up your trash, recruiting for empty storefronts, having a recruiter on staff, marketing. There was no marketing going on for the businesses downtown like there would be at Friendly Shopping Center. A lot of good things that were happening. I'm sorry. Sorry. I've got a lot more of it. I'll stop there. You get the idea.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and City Council and staff. Stu Nichols, 2202 Hawthorne Street, Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm here as a building owner, and I'm also here as a board member for DGI. And I'm here in opposition. I want to urge the council to deny the request for several compelling reasons. But before I get to that, one of the things that I want to make sure that nobody has talked about is what is the standard of review? How, as city council members, should you be thinking about this? And the standard of review is that the petitioners must show that their properties are not in need of the services. The question isn't, do I get the services? Do I want them? It's, are they not in need of the services? And that's viewed from the standpoint of all the properties in the district. So in other words, think about it this way. If I am a property owner next to Mr. Gray, which I am, and he chooses not to get his garbage removed every day, then his coffee shop will be overrun with garbage, and I will be affected by that. That property is in need of that service, and that's how you're supposed to look at it. And so we've heard things from Mr. Robert and Mr. Gray about, you know, this doesn't help my property. But that's not the standard. And by the way, in this argument, I'm not talking about the terrible slippery slope that happens if we let two people out. What happens to everybody else? You know, this becomes a standard not just for Greensboro, not just for North Carolina, but for the entire country. So this, and it's not about, I don't use those services, but the fact is those services are being delivered to those properties. More importantly, taxation is not a thing where you get to opt in and opt out. If I chose not to have kids, I don't get to say, oh, the portion of my property taxes that we're going to fund public schools, I don't pay that part. No, it doesn't work like that. And again, I go back to the trash. It's a good illustration of why it has to be that way. The other thing that is really important in all of this is that all property owners benefit from all of the MSD dollars being applied. And again, I'm not going to get into a defense or advocacy about what a great job DGI is doing. It's rather that it's a community effort, the marketing campaigns, the downtown events, the widely acclaimed ambassador program. If you allow this, you create a free rider problem, and we can't have that. Thank you.
So those are all of the speakers that we have on these items. Mr. City Attorney, could you maybe just briefly address the statute and what exactly it says?
Yeah, well, what Mr. Nichols said is pretty much on point. It is not about, I frankly heard very little, if anything, that was relevant to the standard. The statute says that a property owner may submit a written request to City Council to remove the owner's tract or parcel of land from a service district. The owner shall specify the tract or parcel, state with particularity the reasons why the tract or parcel is not in need of the services. The point he made very well. It goes on to say that facilities or functions of the proposed district to a demonstrably greater extent than the remainder of the city. So it's not about, there were arguments made about equity, which, you know, I understand, and I'm not trying to be disparaging to anyone that made arguments, but arguments about equity, arguments about the spending of DGI. DGI, frankly, is not the issue. This statute does not talk about the service provider. You may like the service provider or not like the service provider. The time to evaluate the service provider, where there'll be a public hearing about the service provider, is when that service provider's contract comes up as an RFP. And then that service could be taken on by somebody else, but that would be the issue at that time. Right now, and the point that Mr. Nichols made quite well, it's about the use of the land. Does a coffee shop need to have its trash removed every day? And if it's not removed every day, then that impacts other properties within the district, because that property needs the services. The fact that some argued that the services weren't sufficient, that's not an argument that they don't need the services. In fact, it concedes that they need the services. So while I heard a lot said tonight, earlier and now, about transparency of DGI, about spending of DGI, whether it's public funds or private funds, I heard nothing that suggested that these properties do not need the services. You have a decision to make that starts with the question of, did they establish that they don't need the services? Frankly, and it's your decision to make. It's not based on necessarily the evidence presented, but your political judgment about the best interests of this community. And so you could decide that they made no showing, and therefore the question isn't even really presented to you. Or you could make a decision that to deny the motion to go forward. Or, frankly, in your discretion, you could decide that in fact, I hear what Chuck is saying, but I think they need to let them out. That's your decision. You have that range.
Is there a rebuttal period?
No.
Madam Mayor, can we close the public hearing?
It's a general business item. No. And they were informed that there was no rebuttal.
It's not a rezoning. That's for rezonings, rebuttals.
It's under the general business portion of the agenda, and they were notified and council was copied. And actually, we talked about it at our last meeting, that instead of 3 minutes, we would allot Mr. Gray and Mr. Robert 5 minutes.
So even in public hearings, most public hearings, you just get 3 minutes. It's typically up to y'all's discretion to either grant more or less time. In zoning matters, we tend to allow the rebuttal and a fixed period on both sides. This is not a zoning matter.
So I had encouraged the Mr. Robert and Mr. Gray to go ahead and watch the Durham City Council meeting. I sent the links to our City Council, encouraged you to watch the Durham meeting along or read the minutes of the meeting. And I have to say, watching the Durham meeting, the company that wanted to get out was called Measurement Inc., MI. And they actually did a really compelling argument. And they talked about how they did not need additional police patrols. They didn't need ambassadors. They didn't need bike patrol because they had their own security team of 5. They didn't need trash pickup. They didn't need graffiti removal. They didn't need anything because they had a staff of 10. They didn't need lawn cutting, flower baskets. They had a staff of 5, and they had a property management team. So they employed 23 people to oversee their buildings. They had more than one. And the security staff, they said they paid $208,000 a year, and the maintenance and janitorial, they paid another $417,000 a year. And they really compared their property to other properties around the city. And it was a very professional, data-driven argument on why they should be let out of DDI. Ultimately, the Durham City Council decided that that did not meet the burden of proof, and they opted to do nothing.
After years of working in restaurants for other people, a husband and wife team decided it was time to take their love of food on the road.
My family business in Mexico has been always involved with food. So as a kid, I remember helping.
Is where there's a large group of people. That's where economic development is growing, and they do trash pickup every single day in the MSD. Speaking to our, our solid waste department, they said if these properties were to pull out of the bid, they would no longer be eligible for the private property pickup, and that is really substantial. The one of the letters that we have in our packet talks about how they fill up 11 trash cans and they're emptied every single day, that they can't be responsible for trash removal. I don't know if Mr. Gray is realizing that he would then have to pay for all of that trash removal. They get the benefit of the downtown bike patrol. That's nowhere else. No. Please, I don't want to have to remove you. They have the benefit of the bike patrol. I mean, we can't tell the bike officers don't respond to these properties because they're not paying into the bid. Obviously, they are going to continue to get the same level of service that everybody else in downtown is paying for. So, ask yourself, do you want to pay your property taxes and the person next to you not pay their property taxes? Is that fair? I mean, it just comes down to a basic level of what is fair. We know that the ambassadors, people have talked a lot about the ambassadors today, have made a very big impact on downtown. They have had a big impact on these properties. I know for a fact that one of Mr. Robert's properties, his tenant called to have defecation removed from the sidewalk. Are you going to do that from now on? I mean, there are an awful lot of things that are being provided for these properties, and I don't think you can argue that they met the burden of being removed. And if they are removed, I think they are placing an unfair burden on their immediate neighbors. And I also want to say that we've received a number of emails the last 5 weeks from roughly 4 people. I have a log. I gave it to all of you. This has taken up an incredible amount of staff time, council time. I think we have advised them as much as we could on what the burden of proof was for this public hearing, and I'm not sure that they wanted to hear that. But I'm going to read an email that we got today, which is not included in here, from one of the main 4 people. And this is the spirit of some of the way these emails were written. And then there is good news. When Zach Matheny finally gets busted, loses his job, ends up drugged out and drunk on the streets of Greensboro, we have a system in place that will use private money to kidnap him and force him on a bus to nowhere. What a great city we've become. This is the type of emails that we've been receiving for the last 5 weeks. They were not substantial in value. They weren't really asking for information. And I think we have gone above and beyond. And quite frankly, I do not believe they should be removed from the bid. And I think the city of Durham, they chose to do nothing. And MI walked away and didn't pursue it any further. I don't believe if we do nothing that these applicants will walk away and do anything further. So actually, I believe that we need a motion one way or the other. But other comments?
I move it.
That they remain
in the bid. And I'll tell you why. This whole thing seems to be focused on one person. Instead of talking about what the bid was, everything was directed to Mr. Matheny. It was just like hate-driven. That's what it seemed like, because it wasn't in it really. You may have some reason, but everything came right back, all of you, and then all of those emails. It's just ridiculous. It was ridiculous. So, no, and sometimes I know there's a saying that you, bite off your nose to spite your face. So I think you're doing something that you really would regret in years to come. And then if somebody else owns that property, if they buy the property, then what happens then? So, no. You just have to suffer through that with the rest of the folks that are doing it. And I wish that you all would consider the way you've talked about Zach. You shouldn't talk about anybody like that. And I'm going to have to use the word again. What you reap, you will reap what you sow. What you do to somebody else will come back to you. There's no reason in the world for you all to just keep talking about him. Every situation just would bring it back to him. And the resolution that Councilman Holston read, and he was so moved when Matheny, Zach talked about his son. He was moved. I said I think it was good to show that men have feelings also. They are men, and they have families, and they have lives. And the way that you have just talked about them, it's just awful. You owe him an apology. You need to ask the Lord to forgive you for talking about somebody like that, because it's ridiculous.
And Madam Mayor, I will second that motion that Dr. Wells made. And I would also like to say that the inordinate amount of time we have spent on reading these emails, and yes, I sent some emails that I do not regret because I was asked in those emails to make a decision that were posted on social media, and then some memes of me that actually may have threatened my life on occasion that were put out there in the netherworld of social media. You've done just as bad, if not worse, to Zach. We've worked together well as a team. We've brought major economic development that each of you that have businesses have enjoyed the benefits of that. Have you not? And when you bought the property, I'm sure you knew that you were going to be in the bid. And you are reaping the benefits of downtown Greensboro advertising, marketing, trash pickup. I mean, I was here in the 90s. Downtown, you know, it was totally dead. Absolutely no business. And now it's become a vibrant part of our city. And to disrespect what Zach has done at DGI, to disrespect what we have done as a council in the same breath, and to come after several of us on council, why? What's the reason? You want downtown to be like it was before? Is that what you want? So I'm happy to second this motion that they not be removed.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Just a couple of things. You know, I was an owner of a property in downtown Greensboro for a number of years, and I'm very proud of having totally restored an 1898 building and rented it very successfully to wonderful tenants who loved living downtown and creating a street space that housed really one of our wonderful independent businesses downtown. So I understand the importance of Downtown Greensboro Inc. and being in the bid. And Mr. Gray, with all due respect, we have the letter from your tenant at Northern Roots, how important Mr. Matheny and DGI had been to her business in your building, and I think you really might want to think about the fact that Mr. Matheny has been very helpful to you in terms of probably every tenant that you've had in that building, and certainly over the last 12 years that I'm aware of. So, yeah, I'm very happy to really be supportive of your motion tonight.
Mrs. Thurm?
You know, one of the comments that was made earlier today, well, I have comments in two directions. First of all, one of the comments that was made earlier today was a comment about how we needed to have respect for the public. Respect goes two ways. And obviously, since most of the people that were here to speak against DGI in downtown Greensboro and Zach Matheny have decided to leave and not listen to all of our comments.
Except for Mr. Gray.
Except for Mr. Gray. Thank you. Is indicative of the lack of respect for council, for their deliberations, for DGI, and particularly Mr. Matheny. The amount of vitriol, the way he's been treated these past several weeks, and this goes back even till the very, I think it was the second meeting Zach sat in after he was reelected. There's just no excuse for that. We're all humans. Whether you're sitting on this side of the desk or whether you're sitting in the audience, we're all humans. We're all doing the best that we can. And I just think it's sinful what has taken place in regard to this situation and the way DGI and Zach Matheny have been treated. On another note, every building owner in downtown benefits from the work that DGI does to build our downtown, whether it be with events or whether it be with new businesses, whether it be flower baskets, the ambassadors. Every business benefits from this in terms of the value of their properties as they go forward. I dare say that the growth in our downtown and the benefit that DGI has brought and Zach have brought to downtown have increased the relative wealth of the property owners downtown. Their buildings are worth more if they were to decide to sell. Their properties are worth more because DGI is here and because this organization serves the downtown community. And I don't know of any business owner or any property owner that doesn't need the support of improved value in their property. I think it goes without saying that driving street traffic downtown, driving people into our downtown, driving businesses into downtown, having festivals like the Festival of Lights, one of the best festivals and the most beneficial, warm, fuzzy feelings that our residents get as being part of our community. That's helping your property values, and you are benefiting from that. You may not have received a particular grant. You may not have received this option or that option. But that doesn't mean that you haven't received benefit from being a member of the bid. As the city attorney said, this vote tonight is not about Zach. As much as people try to make it about Zach, and you didn't, Mr. Gray, and I appreciate that, while others absolutely did. This vote is not about Zach. It's not about DGI. It's whether or not your properties have a need for DGI or have a need to be in the bid. And it's my belief that all of these properties downtown benefit from being in the bid, have a need for being in the bid, and it's unfair to the property owners if we let you leave the bid. It's unfair to every other property owner because we're then asking them to pay the support of the bid that you're not willing to pay for. For all of these reasons, I will support Dr. Wells.
You make a lot of really good points, and the MSD is really a physical space. It's got boundaries. DGI is a manager. They might not be the manager in 3 years. The MSD is a space. It is a geographical area. So to let people out really does not make any sense. The statute directly states service delivery. It's not about who the manager is. Mr. Holston, and then Mrs. Hightower, then Mrs. Okay.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. And I've listened at this issue, and what I thought was going to be convoluted is not. But I think what's disturbing to me is that there's so much hatred for one person that they have turned this into an attack on an individual that is a father with children that read the paper, turn the TV, and they hear those things about their father, who's a good person and a good man. And so I didn't hear anything tonight about why I shouldn't be downtown. But every item was about Mr. Matheny. Even back to 2 weeks ago when a minority was getting a grass mowing contract was about Mr. Matheny. Mr. Matheny, you got your grass cut downtown by the black guy. So it's kind of concerning that this hatred is so deep for one individual. But our downtown is supposed to be the most vibrant place in our city. Ms. Hoffman, you've said it many times. Brings in millions of dollars. And most people love to come downtown. I don't know whether they are college kids or they're seniors or old. They love coming downtown. And I believe Mr. Matheny's heart is for downtown, to see it be vibrant and economically, growing. And so I think we need businesses here that are all thriving in different ways, but the service they get is really, to me, is more of a service. I think, why wouldn't you want that service? I said to my hairdresser, she's in a building in the bid, and I said, why is the trash on the street? She was doing some work in her shop and renovations, and I said, why that on the street? You need to. She said, no, they pick it up every day. I said, oh, so that's a service, right? That's a premium service right there. You think about that. And so you'd be losing something, I think, that would be very beneficial to your neighbor. And the gentleman made an excellent point. If your trash doesn't get picked up for days and the rodents start moving into your coffee shop, that's a problem. That's a public safety health problem. Yes. And so I just did not hear tonight what I thought would be some rational, logical reasons for why they should not be a participant. I know there's some anger there, and I don't think we can fix that up here, quite frankly. If we voted to remove, it's not going to change. And so if we vote to keep, it's not going to change. That is not going to change. I don't care what action we take up here. It's not going to change those people's perception. Because what they think is what they think. Now, I don't think there's anything that's going to change that thought process. And so I support keeping those businesses in the bid district. And I think that if they really look at it from an objective perspective of, I'm a business person and how does this help my business, I think they would take a different approach. Take Zach out of it, put me in it, make me in charge of DGI. Woo. What do you think about that? But I will tell you that I do know Mr. Matheny does care about downtown. But, and I will say that he knows that I care a lot about MWBs. And he has come to me and said, Sharon, there's a lot of minority businesses downtown. And he started naming them. That's something that I appreciated, because they are entrepreneurs and making money and running their businesses, and they want to run businesses downtown, and they are welcome down there. Was it Skoll and whatever the company, Seal and Skoll? I don't know all the names, but he started naming several, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that one. I didn't know this one. I didn't know that one. So I think we need to look at this a little bit more deeply. To realize the greater benefits that we are getting by keeping these businesses in the district. And I just hope somehow or another we can find a way to work it out. But I really don't think that part is ever going to change. So I'm going to support it tonight.
Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just here, just stuck in awe about the state of the downtown event being led by Sharon Hightower. That's just again, thank you, Madam Mayor. there was a lot of information that was put out about this, a lot of emails and communications, and I had the opportunity to do my own due diligence and research. And I came into this meeting leading, but with an open mind, waiting for the conversation from the speakers. And I have to say that in listening to the speakers, I did not feel that compelling draw to convince me to vote to take the properties out of the bid. In that case, I will be supporting Dr. Wells' motion to keep them in the bid. But I also think we have an opportunity here, a couple of opportunities here. One is that we continue to focus on the collective benefit, the community benefit of the things that we're doing. Now, naturally, there are some things that are going to be individually, but the job of this council and this staff is for the collective good. And I do see the collective good in what the bid is doing or trying to do with downtown Greensboro. Is it always successful? No. But are we always successful in anything that we do as individuals, as the city, as companies? Not always. I think it's more important that we focus on trying to get there. I think DGI is trying to get there. Some things have been brought up that haven't been done. I encourage Zach to reach out. I encourage those business owners to reach back. What the old saying, I think Dr. Wells talked about a nose and a face or something, but there's another one. You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. And you both have honey, and you can figure something out. It may not look that way right now, but you can figure it out because it is about the collective. It's about us and we. It's not about I and me. And when we get that right, this city is going to continue to grow at exponential rates, and it's going to be beneficial to all, whether you're downtown or not. In this case, downtown with the bid. Dr. Wells, I'm voting with you.
Ms. Pinder?
Yes, I too echo the sentiments that many of you all have said. And the biggest thing is about maintaining a quality of standard for all. And when you look at this, not just one or you, but all, the whole, as a whole. And so just listening to this is just how we can be objective, and we've made this very subjective. And it's unfortunate because it's shame on us as a community, because again, others are looking at this, and at no time is it okay to spew the hate that we've been able to see over the past couple of weeks. Regardless if you like someone or not, it still does not give us a right to be disrespectful. And all of the attention that has been put towards this, imagine if all this attention could be addressed to making sure we have traffic calming measures. Imagine the lights, imagine the streets, imagine the housing issues that we're dealing with. If we could take that same energy and time, if we actually were just to be able to put a dollar amount on how much time and effort has been put into this by our city dollars, by you, the community's dollars, to be able to sit here and advocate for that. So I say we can do better, we must do better, and we will continue to do better. And so I'm thinking not only right now, but thinking about the future. So think about the other future businesses that are going to want to come downtown. How do we make sure we're preparing the space to be able to help them be successful? And that starts now in what we're doing. And so I too am in agreement. And again, I just find it very unfortunate how we can't be objective about this and really focus on, there's always opportunities for improvement. We're never always going to get it right. But if we are willing to come together and say, what can we do and how can we do this, then that's what we're looking for, and that's what we need to do. But again, how do we maintain the quality of standards for everyone? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? We do have a motion from Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Waiter, to maintain the MSD. Mr. Matheny?
There's a lot I want to say, but I kind of want to ask Mr. Attorney. Personally, and we could probably go a lot of different ways on this, I don't feel comfortable voting on this item, and I would seek your direction on what I need to do. I mean,
Okay. So, you heard a number of times some people got up and said, you need to recuse yourself, blah, blah, blah. In North Carolina, municipal officers like yourself have an obligation to vote under Section 168-75. No member shall be excused from voting except upon matters involving the consideration of the member's own financial interest. The second provision is another statute that starts off that no public official shall knowingly participate in making or administering a contract. So here we are neither talking about a contract nor your financial interest. Just to be clear, the amount of money that comes into the bid is one thing. The amount of money that's paid into DGI is a fixed number. And, of course, Mr. Matheny's salary is another matter. So this is not a decision that is a consideration of his own financial interest. So under the rules, if you're here, you have to vote. If you ask to be excused, council can vote to excuse you from the meeting, and you don't have to vote. I mean, your vote is not recorded. If you leave the room and don't get excused from the meeting, it counts as a yes vote. So that's kind of the law about it. There's been a lot of discussion here by people who claim to have some idea about the law, but not very much training on the law, with one notable exception. But it's all. I just want to say this for the record because, my name was mentioned in some of it, and other of it is just important for, I think, the public to understand. Lobbying. I just pulled up a piece from the Canons of the SOG, the State School of Government at UNC, and the heading is a certain person was speaking about lobbying, was unregistered lobbyist, and definitely making reference to the Ethics Act and the lobbying laws in North Carolina. And the question here is, do the Ethics Act and lobbying laws apply to local governments? And the answer is no. So that's why I was suggesting that it's not lobbying. Lobbying has to do with, in North Carolina, has to do with lobbying the state government. There was also discussion.
But again, Chuck, it's lobbying the state government, but as a lobbyist, not as a council member, we can go up and talk to the state all day long.
You're right. Even in the context of lobbying the state government as elected officials. We can go up in the legislature and talk to them all day long about things we want for the city of Greensboro, and that's not lobbying. There was a bit of discussion, correct. There was a bit of discussion about lunches that were paid for. And these lunches, we have a ethics policy, which is called for by 168-86, which states that basically if it's food or beverage for immediate consumption and under $50, it's not a gift. It's defined as not a gift. So it's not any kind of ethical concern. And finally, I did want to just reinforce the mention of the burden of proof here. If somehow a lawsuit is brought about your decision here, the standard before that judge will be whether or not it was an abuse of discretion, which means that you did it on an arbitrary, not thoughtful basis. I think the comments that people have made so far make it clear that your decision is thoughtful and intentional, whatever it may be. So I'm not at all concerned about a court action in connection with this.
So, Mr. Matheny, what would you like to do? To excuse. Yeah. We have a motion by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower, to excuse Mr. Matheny from the balance of the meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now we have a motion on the floor by Dr. Wells, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, to maintain the current bid, MSD. Council, please vote. The first one, the first one will be for parcel 447, which is Mr. Robert's property. And then I'll need another motion for Mr. Gray's properties.
And we are voting yes to maintain.
Yes to maintain. That passes 8-0. The next item is moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. It's to maintain the MSD as it is. And that passes 8-0. It is now about 10:35. This was probably one of the latest meetings that we've had. So is there a motion to adjourn? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, wait. All right.
I do have something I need to announce.
Okay. No.
I gotta put it up.
Oh, yeah, he could. Running for mayor. Everybody else is.
Yeah.
You running through this? Thank you.
Okay.
I gotta call my grandbaby. She don't call me on FaceTime. Yeah. Go ahead, Chuck.
I just want to announce that the remaining parties in the lawsuit regarding the death of Nacianto Crenshaw have settled the matter for the amount of $450,000 to avoid costs and expense of continued litigation.
Thank you. No motion or anything. We're just good.
An announcement.
So, Chris, you got one more meeting. Two more. One really big meeting and one regular meeting. We had a motion to adjourn by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye. Aye.